First of all, thank you so much, Elinor Halvaron, for the beautiful song, Duduje, that she won the Sami Grand Prix with now this year, 2026. We will have Elinor back later today. Minister, county governor, ambassadors, keynote speakers, collaborators, dear guests. On behalf of Urinor and the Kirkenes Conference, it is my pleasure to give you all a warm welcome to the Kirkenes Conference 2026. Here in Norway, for a long time, we've felt we're far away from the big conflicts in the world. Today, we don't feel as safe. What's happening in the world affects us. And we need to secure ourselves. We must work harder with security, preparedness, and defense. That is important. And those of us who live in the north, we make up a part of the total defense of Norway. But it's not the right thing to say to people, you need to live here to make sure that our national defense interests are safeguarded. We must live here because we have resources in this part of the country that contribute to the creation of value production. In Norway, we produce food, minerals, experiences, and we live our lives here with cabins, houses, our workplaces, and leisure activities. And we are happy here, and we create values here. For us, this is a home, and that is very important. Therefore, we need to have spaces for talking about both challenges, but also opportunities, about responsible commercial developments and how to create an attractive local community for those who come after us. And the Kirkenes Conference is a very important platform for this dialogue. And this year's program addresses both challenges, but also opportunities here in the north. As always, the Kirkenes Conference is created by a lot of collaborators, both in the financial and content-wise. I wish to thank all of you, and first and foremost, Gøril Johansen, our moderator, who has woven together all of these presentations to a very solid program. This year, like last year, we have several side events that our collaborators organize. I want to highlight the youth session that was here yesterday, where a lot of voices from the north took part. Two of those we're going to meet here today as well. And I wish to give a warm welcome to Ariel, Theresia Harela Jensenius, and Alexander Johansen from the Finnmark Youth Council. Please welcome up on the stage. Happy conference. When people see and talk about Finnmark, it's often about the cold, the dark, the distances, and as a strategic piece. But for those of us who live here, Finnmark is something very different. Finnmark is freedom, it is the ocean, the open plains, the northern lights, and the midnight sun. It's about being able to breathe a bit deeper when you come out into nature. And the most important thing are the people who are there for each other, who actually care. Finnmark is unique, unlike many other places. We have Sami, Kven, and Norwegian culture side by side. We have strong traditions, we take pride in the place we come from, and big and small local communities with clear identities. And we have events that tie us together. We have the Varanga Festival, we have Riddu Riddu, we have local fairs and other events. It's not far between experiences, even though places are far apart. And we also have a preparedness week, which is really great. And the young people, they really care up here. And we take part in politics, culture, voluntary work. And that is because we know that we can actually contribute in shaping our local communities. Also, we have very competent politicians who actually put Finnmark on the agenda, and they make sure that Finnmark is seen and heard. And I feel it describes us quite well here, that we feel very safe between cloudberries and mosquitoes. And one becomes maybe more robust from living here. You find strength in unity that we always have. And facing these challenges makes us stronger. I'm a patriot of Finnmark, and I know that I'm going to come back and live here. I want to create and have my own family here because I feel safe here. And to live in a small local community, that gives a tranquil life and it gives you joy. And we can have different political views and different perspectives, but still we are united as Finnmark. And we have health workers, teachers, fishermen, all of these. They keep society running every day. And yes, it can be very nice to go to a big city, but the best thing is to come back home to Finnmark because it is our home. It's an amazing county, but still there are some challenges. And what can we do about that? I've been walking around asking my fellow students, what does it take for you to come back and to live and work in Finnmark when you are adults? And what did they say? Well, housing was the first thing. If politicians really want young people to stay in Finnmark, you need to speak about housing, because you cannot only speak well about the future if people cannot afford to live here. There is work for a lot of people, but they can't get mortgages, and it's very difficult to have a small apartment, for example. So we need more housing built for normal people, not just big houses that are expensive. We need to have more apartments, and the National Housing Bank needs to be used more. So people can start renting and then own their own apartment after a while. If you cannot have somewhere to live, then you will move. It's as easy as that. And something else they pointed to was that it's way too expensive to travel to and from Finnmark. It's difficult to feel that it's so costly to travel. There is no audio.
Konsert I Oslo.
So they can go to a concert in Oslo without being ruined. And there's one thing that is often forgotten. It's vocational studies. Many of us who do vocational studies don't take a master's degree in Oslo. We're electricians, health workers, plumbers, and mechanics. And these are the people that Finnmark need the most. And then the problem comes when we don't when it comes to study debts. And the help that the government gives, it doesn't help us as much because we don't have the same debts that to be cancelled. So if they want people back to Finnmark, you have to give rewards for work and not living, studies, and working after you have finished vocational studies. Because it's sad that the people who have a long education get more help than the people who actually build the country. And if it's important to think about this future, we want the railway to Norway, to the northern Norway. It would connect northern Norway better to the rest of the country and create employment. And we could also get a train here. That would be nice. And housing, flight prices, the railroad to the north. If the politicians manage that, it's not just a place to grow up, but also a place where one can be an adult. Thank you for listening, and I wish welcome Magnus Mæland, the mayor of my home municipality. Thank you so much to the Voice of the Future, ministers, state secretary, ambassadors, our brothers and sisters in Inari, dear everyone. Welcome to Sør-Varanger and the Kirkenes conference. Dear Ambassador of Ukraine, Gavrish Alexei, you are now in a municipality where Norwegians, Ukrainians, and Russians stand shoulder to shoulder in our resistance against the Putin regime. Sør-Varanger is a municipality of solidarity with many refugees from Ukraine. And we are a municipality where people live in exile and they have a safe home here. Dear Ambassador, Slava Ukraini. Right here where we are now, we live in the playground of world leaders. Behind rivalry between superpowers, families and friends stand divided. The boundaries of hope have become the difference between authoritarian and totalitarian on one side and the liberal and the democratic on the other side. The reason why we arm ourselves and do not disarm, it's only 15 minutes away. Where you are now is unlike any other place in Norway. We're not just a district, we're the place which has the solution to European and American security right in the middle of Russian defense. And here lies the solutions for European industrial autonomy. But we wonder, do we have to propose to build a battery factory to get state capitalism's attention? We don't live here because of geopolitical tension. We're held back by the threats to the rule-based world order. We're an international region that is heavily influenced by the world around us. I appreciate greatly all visits and the desire for knowledge, but we must soon start to have learned about geopolitics and geoeconomics and the effect it has. The future is built on knowledge, expertise, power, and capital. I ask that we are allowed to participate in economy with our mines, our herds, our products, our oil and gas, and our renewable energy. Uncertainty and indecision hold us back, but long live common sense. If security consists of people and economic growth relies on security, then I would challenge the government and ambassadors from all over the world. Who do you want to own the High North? Dear everyone, enjoy Finnmark, Sør-Varanger, and Kirkenes. I thank you for your attention, and I ask you to please give a warm welcome to the chair of the program committee, Gøril Johansen. It could be the title of a bad Netflix series a few years ago, but it's about the North and the people who live here. Through the next 2 days, we will be discussing development in businesses, competition, and power. We'll look at geopolitics, policies in the North area, and defense and preparedness. Diplomacy, we'll look at challenges, but not without discussing solutions. And we will talk about international politics, but not without looking at the North and the connection to the North. Because the people who live here, we have a duty to strengthen and show and help the people with the solutions be strong, and we have to be good at cooperation and dialogue. So on behalf of the program committee, I wish you good conversations, I wish you good dialogue, and good partners for cooperation, because the best conversations lead to something more. They lead to cooperation, new good measures, and perhaps new policies. And that's what we in the committee have had as a goal. So I'm very proud of a very rich list of wonderful, great people who will contribute and shed light on various matters, because it's important to be able to see things in connection and think across sectors and not stay in our silos that we might fall into. So it's a great pleasure for me to introduce the first introducer, Ine Eriksen Søreide, who is head of Høyre, and she's a previous defense and foreign affairs minister, and not a stranger here for the people who are who care about policy in the North. The floor is yours. Thank you. There we have the sound. Thank you so much, Gerl, and thank you so much for inviting me back to Kirkenes also this year. It's always equally nice, and always something has happened between each time, so that dimensions of what we're talking about change. I will spend 5 minutes to give you an idea of, and it's not a complete description of everything, we have a chance to discuss that afterwards, but I will give you an idea of how I look at some of the keywords that Gerl have mentioned for us, for the people who are present for this part of the conference. The most important thing that we need to do is to face reality that times have changed. For many years, also after Crimea was annexed, we thought this was a passing phenomenon, that the changes in relationships between Norway and Russia and the West would come back to the normal setting before. I did not believe that then, and one gave me, I got some trouble from people for that, and I still don't think we won't go back to normal, and that has some serious, clear consequences. We don't feel as safe anymore, it was mentioned by Gerl, but there's one very central dimension that has changed a lot just the last few years. One thing is, of course, that there's a full-scale invasion and war in Ukraine that becomes more and more brutal, but it's also about an entirely new use of measures by Russia than before. And there are many ways to look at this. But in connection with the annexation of Crimea, what Norwegians gave a lot of attention to, and we gave a lot of attention to it also before the annexation of Crimea, was to connect the Eastern Sea areas and the northern areas, because we assumed that a conflict would not start in the north, but rather down there, but we would notice it in the north right away. Today, that image is different because the use of measures is different. So all types of attacks, sabotage, cyber attacks, etc., they all start in the north. And there's a rich umbrella of measures to put in place. Magnus feels many of them every day. But everyone else who lives in the north, everyone else who works in the north also feel these things, and that's a new dimension to this. The other thing is that the players are different. It has changed. There are much more players in the game who bring their conflicts and their cooperation to the north. And it's not only when it comes to military, it's also in other situations when it comes to research, businesses, etc. It can have other purposes than a theater play or making money. So it's important that we understand a couple of things. One thing is that what we've talked a lot about in Norway since the partition line was signed, and that was a good political work, that there's high north, low tension. I don't think that's true anymore. And I don't think that we get better strategies to handle the world if we still walk around and believe that it looks the same way as it did in 2011, because it doesn't nowhere, and especially not in the north. The other thing that we have to recognize and see is that the financial ability to work will be eaten up by defense and research, because we build up defense in the north. That's a wanted strategy that we've wanted since 2017, since we reestablished the Finnmark Brigade, as it's called now. But that also means that we have to be honest about this, that we can't believe that we can also afford everything else. So it's very important, especially important, that we have a good development and good investments that help create the basis for what we are to spend on preparedness and defense. And the third point, and we're working on it right now a lot, and it's a question that Gerl asked, is the tempo in policy decisions does that follow the security situation? And sadly, I think we must say that the answer is no. What's challenging for Norway and other countries is that we're so used to the deep peace. We don't have the sense of urgency, and we think we have enough time, but we don't. This sounds very bleak, I know, so I will try to end my presentation on a positive note. What happens also opens up for some wonderful possibilities and opportunities. If there's one thing we've learned, it's that going at it alone is a very bad choice. We have to cooperate with whoever we can, where we can. We have friends and allies, and we must cooperate with them, and that's what gives us strength now. It strengthens cooperation in NATO with individual countries, with the European Union. The other thing is the Nordic perspective. Even though Finland and Sweden does not have even close to the same population in the north as us, and they have other strategic things that they want to put up. But it opens lots of solutions, transport, businesses, etc., that we have common security guarantees and common defense plans in the north. The cooperations that are already coming to the fore are really exciting. These are opportunities that we have to make good use of, both in the north and the rest of Norway. So I'm looking forward to the conversation with the ambassador, speaking English.
Museum yesterday evening. He took a plane before me, so I hope that you had a good night's sleep, Ambassador. Sleep, Ambassador? You did? You did? Good. Then you're ready for a conversation. Great. Thank you.
Tusen takk, Ine. Du skal tilbake på scenen om litt.
Okay, Ine, you will back on the stage very soon, but Ambassador Alexei Gavrish, I would like to...
Kirkenes, and we...
Please, the floor is yours.
It's a great honor for me to be here. A year ago, Kirkenes conference was my first conference as an ambassador. So it's a very, very special place for me. So, it's a great pleasure and honor to see this year a lot of friends here. It means that I'm among the friends. For decades, this region was perceived by the world as an oasis of peaceful coexistence, trade, cross-border cooperation. But today, we must face the truth. Geographical distance is no longer armor. The era of safe harbors is over. The concept of Totalforsvar is not just a beautiful line in defense doctrines or contingency plan or an abstract crisis. It's a mindset that must permeate every cell of society. Today, I want to talk to you practically about what happened when this preparedness is tested by a real, full-scale war and the terrifying price one pays for illusions. When a society faces an existential, overwhelming threat, human nature automatically awakens one of two basic instincts: fight or flight. In the continuous of the high north, a region that is a colossal distance, harsh climate, and critically low population density, the illusion of flight or planned evacuation looks particularly tempting. It seems rational to leave, wait out the storm in the safe place, and save lives. But this is a deadly misconception. As someone who managed highly complex energy and infrastructure systems for over 20 years, including serving as a CEO at national biggest energy company in Ukraine, I know one undeniable technical law. Critical infrastructure is not just concrete walls, pipelines, generators, and deep water ports. Infrastructure is the people who maintain it. It is the engineers, dispatchers, repair crews, logisticians who know every node or every cable under condition of permafrost and Arctic storms. If these people leave, the infrastructure is not simply put on pause, it died. In the condition of the North, an abundant energy grid, a city left without heating, a frozen port or disconnected communication lines will deteriorate in a matter of days. Metal cracks, automation fails, pipe freeze solid. This degradation is fundamental and irreversible. If your primary strategy is preparing for evacuation, you have lost before the first shot is fired. You voluntarily surrender the territory to the enemy and people abandon the North. The North falls. Your only path is not to prepare to flee, but to prepare to resist in place. I stand before you today not just as a diplomat. I speak to you as a man who has personally walked through this hell. In 2014, when Russia began the first phase of its occupation of the Ukrainian Donbas, my home was Donetsk. I had a successful career, a settled life, and plans for the future. And when the war came, I made that exact mistake. I yielded to the illusion of flight. I decided to leave, take my family, wait it out, and build a new life in the safe place. I thought you could simply take shelter from the war. That year, I lost everything. My home, my belongings, and my past. You know, I'm a big fan of Professor Tolkien, and I always return to the dialogue between wizard named Gandalf and small hobbit when he asked, "I wish it need not have happened in my time." And the wise wizard respond, "All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given us." Before, for me, it was just beautiful fantasy stories. But when war comes to my home, it strips away the fantasy. You realize it's a brutal, literal truth. You cannot choose your times. You cannot wait out a war. If you yield even a single meter of your land, if you run, the aggressor doesn't stop. He takes your home, accumulates resources, builds new bridgeheads, and a few years later, he comes with a new wave. You cannot outrun totalitarian evil. You can only decide what to do right now. We decided to stop drawing evacuation roads. We decided to build fortification and to learn to fight exactly where we live. We decided to survive. We decided to win. Let me show you what this decision looks like in reality. Ukraine has paid and continues to pay an astronomical price for this knowledge. Our cities are being ruined, and our best sons and daughters are dying on the front lines. We are bleeding. But because of this, Europe today has an invaluable advantage. You do not have to start from scratch, and you do not have to make our mistakes. We have already proven to the entire world that this dangerous military machine can and must be effectively destroyed. Let us look at the hard fact of the current spring campaign 2026. April marked a historic turning point. Quantity finally gave way to quality. According to the Minister of Defense of Ukraine, the aggressor has reached a critical point. The rate at which its manpower is being eliminated has exceeded its mobilization capabilities. In just the first 2 months of this spring alone, the Russian occupying forces lost over 70,500 soldiers. To help you grasp the scale, this is the equivalent of the average city, completely disappearing from the map every 8 weeks. To date, we have destroyed over 160,000 Russian military targets. We are holding the front not through sheer manpower. We do not have such demographic resources. We are stopping the enemy through technological superiority, having made the leap into the warfare of the sixth technological paradigm. April went down in history as a month, an unprecedented triumph of unmanned system. We reached a rate over 367 combat missions by ground robotic platforms per day. There is not merely technological novelties. There is a saved life for our people. In just 1 month, ground drones and robotic platforms evacuated 247 wounded soldiers from under the fire. Situation where the mortality rate for a human medic would have been 100%. Today, our units are conducting successful assaults without the physical presence of infantry in the first wave. Position are being taken by combat robots. Dear friends, Norway has always been a nation of pioneers, polar explorers, seafarers and warriors who never retreated in the face of fiercest element. Resilience, the ability to survive, and the will to win in the extreme condition and hard-coded into your national DNA. You are the direct heirs of Nansen and Amundsen, men for whom a challenge was not a deterrent, but a call to action. Here, in Kirkenes, you stand on the front line. You are the main watchtower of the democratic world in the north, and you have 2 paths. The first is to draw up a retreat plan, hoping the storm will bypass you and watch as the border territories slowly empty out. And the second path is to accept the challenge, build deep integration with those who are already breaking the back of the aggressor, and turn your region into a strong technological fortress. Do not wait for the clouds to gather over your heads. Learn from our mistakes. Adopt our technologies and invest in our shared security right now. Do not prepare to abandon the watchtower. Prepare to fortify it so strongly that no madman on the other side of the border will even entertain the thought of testing your resolve. We will stand. We will stand together. Thank you for your unwavering support of Ukraine. We really appreciate it. Tusen tak. And Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Ambassador. I would like to welcome back to the stage Ine Eriksen Søreide and as well our friend from Finland, Samu Poukonen from the Finnish Foreign Policy Institute, the Deputy Director. Please. I would like to thank you very much, Ambassador, and also you, Ine, for your very insightful interventions. Samu, you come from Finland, and we speak a lot about strengthened Nordic cooperation in the north, and also the ambassador pointed to importance of unity and friendship. What would you like to say to our friend from Ukraine?
Thank you, Görel, and thank you for the excellent presentations. I was moved, and with Ine Eriksen, I'm a big fan. I will confess it now publicly. Hope you don't mind. With the Nordic cooperation, with all that being said and discussed here today and yesterday when we started, I think we have been moving to the same direction for a long time. But the tempo and the rhythm has been different compared to today. And that was exactly what you were referring to, Ine Eriksen. And then this has now changed. We are not only moving faster, but we are actually making more progress. And this is because of the situation. We need to come together. And from my perspective, there need to be no daylight between Finland, Sweden and Norway when it comes to defense and security policies. This is important. What I fear is that would Russia understood that there are differences or discrepancies between us, it will easily exploit that. And then this is the concern. Would we be able to then work more closely? We need to do exactly as Mr. Ambassador you were saying. We need to build an extremely strong system that deters any aggressor, and in this case, of course, Russia. And we need to do this keeping in mind the fact that President Putin has already made massive miscalculations. So we will not only need to build a sufficient system, but we need to build a sufficient plus with the element of having Russia to undermine us or underanalyze our capabilities, let alone the unity that we have here in the north.
So are you afraid that we create a space for dividing and rule and divide if we're not unified enough in the public space?
I think Russia is extremely efficient in finding the cracks and then making them bigger. And this is the concern. The alignment that we need to do, I think it should also cover more of the realms of foreign policy, because there are different stances when it comes to Finland, Sweden and Norway, how we address Russia. And to my surprise, my country, the political leadership there, has become the most vocal opponent addressing the threat. And this taking into consideration the history, I think we were the silent ones, the ones that were forced to play along the most. And in this also, I would want to see a unified Nordic front, which would then address the issue.
Would you like to respond to the comments from our Finnish friend?
I just can add that I absolutely agree with you, and Russia is true. They have a black belt in this finding their weakness or cracks, and first of all, not only in military side, but in social side as well. They are very professional in propaganda, and the very important part of the Totalforsvar, of the preparedness, is the increase in the level of critical thinking in the society, because it's the highest and the most efficient weapon against the propaganda. So in the former Soviet Union countries, we know personally how dangerous is it and how poisoned is. So it's directly targeted, especially the young minds. So our mission is to defend not only our borders, but our minds as well.
The Nordic societies, we are building on trust. We are not used to suspicion, and for a long time we've been taking pride in our societies built on trust. Do you think that we could easily get too naive?
It's a great treasure to be naive in this world, and you have to keep this treasure, but cover it with a high level of critical thinking, because it's a big difference to keep this child in your soul and be prepared to the dangerous world surround you. So you have to keep this, I call it treasure, but be prepared to with this critical thinking shield, you know, and armor.
Ine, are you able to keep the treasure or naivety in your everyday life as a politician, but also throughout your career? You have met with Lavrov, and you are no stranger to Russian politics. And I worked together with you in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I remembered that you often ask for more critical language in the description of Russia. And many thought that maybe it was too harsh, but I also heard many say that you were right, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes. I wish I wasn't, but I think time has shown that caution was really called for, even back then. But I think that what Alexei is saying is right. I mean, some sort of naivety is something that we would like to keep as a treasure, as would we like to keep our very open societies, our open democracies. But ironically, they are also maybe our weakest point in dealing with Russia, because it's an open entry point into doing exactly what they would like to do, namely try to influence decisions, try to influence people, polarizing discussions and debates. And again, just looking at Magnus, how he is dealing with different Russians, I would say, in Sør-Varanger. The memorial policies, which is going, I would say, off the rails, more or less. And I think that what has been a problem for us is that we have thought that we have been immune to this, that it will not hit us. But it does. And when it does, it hits us hard. And that is why I think that the very, I would say, strong and unanimous support we have for Ukraine in Norway, with all political parties involved, is, of course, first and foremost, a very important sign to Ukraine. But it's likewise a very important sign to Russia as well, that they are not able to divide us on this. The fact that we, at least so far, have been able to have full agreement on the long-term plan for defense and our investments in defense is of the same character. But I think, as Alexei also mentioned, that something that maybe isn't all that present to us at the moment is that the wide span of different tools Russia is using now is hitting us harder as an open society than it hits other places. And that is also where we are at our most vulnerable. And I fully agree with you that seeing this in more of a Nordic perspective, aligning our positions on Russia more, is maybe the right way to go when we also see that typically a hybrid threat to one Nordic country will be a hybrid threat to everyone.
So Kirkenes was the home of the Barents Corporation that you also know really well, and a lot of people in Finnmark and Northern Norway took part in the cross-border cooperation in sports, culture, and this cooperation no longer exists practically. We are discussing what to do now, and that we used to talk to each other about how to cooperate with Russia. When Norway, Finland, and Sweden met, we talked about how to deal with Russia. And now we maybe are realizing that we have to focus on each other and how to strengthen the internal cross-border relations. But we don't have the same architecture for that. What do you think? Could this be a tool for more unity? Is this a discussion going on in Finland? How to replace the Barents cooperation with cooperation between Norway and Finland and Sweden in the north?
There is a constant discussion on Nordic cooperation. Norway has never been so much up in the front in the Finnish national and security policy discussions. The connections are extremely tight. What I see is that within this community, within the Nordics, but also within the Arctic 7, the Arctic countries minus Russia, there's been more coming together, and then that is a good sign, especially because this includes US, and especially because it's the Arctic that has a real national security status also for the Americans. And I think that that's the one thing that still binds us together from the north when it comes to the Arctic. Much of this is good. I don't believe that we are going to return to the Barents Euro-Arctic cooperation anytime soon. I neither don't believe that in the Arctic Council we may resume the same duties and mindset that we had before. Because let's be honest, Russia broke all the rules, and those it didn't break, it bended. And then this is what we need to understand. This needs to hit hard, because it isn't, we are not dealing with a friendly neighbor. We are not dealing either with a logical neighbor. We are dealing with a country that sees us as the enemy, that has no guardrails what it wants to do to us. Would it have the capacity? And then this is the concern. We need to really come close together. We need to work with Ukraine. We need to learn from you, Ambassador. And we need to uphold this connection.
Ambassador, would you like to respond now that we are finding new ways to cooperate?
I can just add, because I know what this kind of cooperation is. Personally, not from the newspapers, because as I mentioned, I grew up in the Donbass, the territory located the same as a Finnmark, close to the Russian border, and we had the same strong cross-cultural businesses relation. And at the end, years after, I understand that all kronas you send it in as a business relation to Russia will return to the civil society with a drone, with a missile, and with a source of civilian kill. So Russia disrespect, as you mentioned, all rules. Russia disrespect borders, disrespect international laws, and it disrespect the business laws. For that country, I call it terroristic organization because they use any kind of source of funds for transforming into the war machine as a source of for killing the, first of all, civilians. 3 days ago, Kyiv was attacked by drone and missiles. 24 civilians was killed and 4 kids was killed with only 1 missile. For what? So the price that we paid right now for years of successful and profitable cooperation between Ukraine and Russia. We have to think not about the present profitability, but we have to think about the future generation, because it's our main mission to grant our kids peaceful and brightful future.
I think that was a very good ending to this conversation. I would like to thank you very much, Ambassador. We will now hear more about security. Thank you very much. Give a warm hand to the panel. Sikkerhet, hvordan forhold.
Security, how to deal with security, how should business leaders, mayors, and everybody think about these things? Security and preparedness is high up on the agenda, but how can we learn more? This is why we have here today on our agenda National Security Agency. Gullik Gundersen, Deputy Director, please. Thank you so much. The first thing we need to do is to know what to protect. And these days in May is an important reminder. We celebrate democracy with openness, with trust, and we celebrate independence and freedom. But we also need to be reminded of how much it can cost to defend our territorial independence and sovereignty, and to defend these values and understand what the threats are. That's at the core of the work we all need to do. Intelligence services consider that the Russian war on Ukraine is a huge breach on this. They want to change world order in line with their own ambitions, and they are prepared for a long-term confrontation. This is not something that's going to pass. This crisis is a new norm, and we need to deal with it. And it feels strange here from myself, coming from Oslo, to speak about what's unique about the High North, but I will say it anyway. It's the border to Russia, the northeast passage, and therefore China also has its interest, and the climate, how this also affects security. Russia wants to expand their own room of maneuver in Svalbard. They wish to impact Norwegian opinions and attitudes to defense and create fear in our population and weaken trust in our authorities. We must learn from Ukraine's experiences. What we've seen there over time, we already see traces of the same in the rest of the world. After the attack on Ukraine, tens of operations in Europe that can be connected to Russia have been seen. Both cyber attacks from Russia is also something we've seen. We have different examples from the northern part of Norway. Mikael Meskursin from the Arctic University in Tromsø was discovered to try and download a satellite station at Andøya, and a Chinese citizen was arrested in Bodø for espionage. And at Svalbard, we have seen grey area activities from Russia and a lot of operations to weaken trust over time. What we've learned from Ukraine shows that these attacks are broad. They attack defense authorities, finance, telecommunications, and computer technologies. Both physical and virtual attacks, together with psychological operations, disrupt everyday life and also disseminates disinformation. What can we do to defend Norwegian territorial integrity and sovereignty? Defense depends also on civil society. The coastal line, for example, it's important both for businesses, for them to thrive and develop in the local communities, but also to be able to receive allied supplies, both for ourselves and for Sweden and Finland as well. And the interaction between the armed forces and civil society applies here as in all other areas of society, and everybody down the value chain must know what their responsibility and function is. And it's decisive to choose the best security measures as well. If we were to be the target of war, we must be prepared. Everyday life must go on. Schools, health services must work, and finances must keep going as well. And to keep society active is the most important thing that each one of us can do in a situation of crisis and war. So again, we must know what is our role in this, and we must have a big level of self-preparedness. We must be able to care for ourselves and for the people around us, and to contribute to our local communities being able to keep up work. And we must recognize that at some point, the threats will be able to surpass all limits and boundaries. a player like Russia, we must admit what it really represents. So we need to be able to repair whatever is broken. That's how we can be resilient in Norway. And to protect sovereignty and democracy and territorial sovereignty is something that all of us, each and every one of us, can contribute to do. We cannot do a whole lot with the threats, but we can reduce risk, and that is a choice. Choose to have control over your own values and to have a plan how you can keep up the normal everyday life and activity so we can prevent what we do not wish to happen. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I give a warm welcome Ine Eriksen Søreide and our Swedish guest, Joakim Paasikivi. A warm welcome. Thank you, Gulik, for important reminders. Joakim, you are from Sweden. You have a military background. You're a recognized military expert in Sweden, and we started off today with a mix of the bigger security policies and concerns from young people, mayors, and we know that you write opinion pieces both on the US, Iran. When you come to Kirkenes, what are the reflections you bring along? Well, you say I have an opinion on everything. I think that's a wise comment. There are two things. First, this is a time where we need to think anew, because the old truths no longer exist. Even though we should have understood the signals from Russia a long time ago, we chose to ignore them. So we cannot see that we are naive. It's something else. What is it? We have chosen to ignore them, these threats that we knew about. And that's, well, a different question altogether. And then there's the relationship with the US. There are big changes on the global scene, and a lot of things are happening. But what I'm hearing here, it's easy to connect to what we've learned from the Ukraine. When the young people speak about infrastructure, yes, that's important. And when we talk about trust and resilience, that is also very important. From the defense school where I used to work, when we speak to our Ukrainian friends and ask what's the most important thing we can do apart from frontline combat, they say, go to work. So to have a society that is still working, where everybody does whatever they can, because then society is resilient. And so all of these international changes end up there. Go to work. So living in Kirkenes, you have your job, you're a young person, you're a mother. Things can be a bit overwhelming. To be someone who must take responsibility for national security, be it in Norway or on the Finnish or the Swedish side. So how pessimistic should one be? Well, I think we've heard a good example here as well. These big changes, these big difficulties and these big threats also gives us a world of opportunities. It's easy to look at oneself as a victim, because you don't have to do anything then. But if you see yourself as a player in all of this, then you not only can do things, but you must do something. And be part of a sports club, or go to school if you're a young person, or try and create a good business, because you then earn money, you pay taxes, and that's a part of the total defense. So this systemic way of thinking, not everybody has to think about this all the time, but just do your best. So if you stop looking at yourself as a victim, I think we'll go very far. You're smiling. Yeah, I said it to begin with. Nobody lives in Sør-Varanger because of geopolitical tension. Well, people who work in the armed forces, maybe they are here because of that. Yes, but that's out of necessity. But it's not because of geopolitical tension that you bring your children to handball practice. I come from a small fisherman's village in northern Troms. I was tired of Tromsø. That's one of the reasons I moved here. But the most important reason was because I wanted to live a different life. And that's something you can do here. Previously, Russia was an opportunity for this region. And the state said, look towards Russia, high north, low tension. And the Barents Directorate as our tool, and that is now been called a foreign agent from the Putin regime. And if the worst case scenario was to happen, we must keep up school activities, kindergartens, hospitals, and that is my task, being the political leader of this area. And I fight and I do everything I can for development, to have competence, technology, voluntary work, and that is my most important task. And I hope that people who have different jobs with security policies, foreign policies, defense policies, that they can do their task, so I don't have to do it for them. Gulik, well, you represent the National Security Agency, and your task is to inform about security. We spoke about being naive previously as well. How good are we now? Are we still lagging behind, or? That's a big question. It's a bit, we want to have the openness and the trust, and that's something we need to protect. And like the Ukraine ambassador said, we must have a defense against the vulnerabilities that this leads to. So we must be able to speak up if we see something that's not really correct. And what the National Security Agency does is to address these things. And it's very bureaucratic with forms, etc. But that's not the important bit. The important thing is that if you see something suspicious, speak up to us, to the police, or to other services, because we must understand what's going on and the instruments that are being used. That's important to be able to defend ourselves. So the municipality or others don't have to address what does this specifically mean. We can do this from the authorities side, but we need to have the knowledge and the information in, and then we can share it with the population. So the balance, like for if you have a business with 3-4 employees, we have a lot of small businesses here in the north, to think about security when it comes to your subcontractors and suppliers. And there are known cases where people may slip on this. Can one seek help to get advice? And I mean, also from when it comes to employees, if they cannot be security cleared, and yes, there is help, but we cannot help everybody on a one-to-one basis. And I must admit that the National Security Agency, we also need to improve when it comes to disseminating our knowledge. We must improve, in particular for the situation we're facing now. And the county of Nordland has done a background check on all employees, and they've have some experiences now adjusted for their operations, for the positions people are going to take on. I think it was 100 now that they had checked last year, both practical and human difficulties, of course, related to this. But it's about doing the controls we can do, and that's not the right thing for everybody. But look at, okay, what are my values and how can I protect them? I think that's the most important thing, and we will try and help as well as we can. Ine Søreide, in the previous Parliament report about the northern areas, you traveled around, you came to Kirkenes, and now you're the leader of the Conservative Party. You have a different role. And you must think of all aspects of politics more than before. And you've started now preparing a new strategy for the Conservative Party. How high up on the agenda will the northern areas be? Well, you're insinuating a lot with that question, and I can say yes, it will be very high up on our agenda. And the previous report on the High North was the first one to really address development in the northern regions as a singular aspect. And I don't think that in any way we can ignore the importance of the community resistance to be able to stand up against what's going on. Just something we haven't really reflected upon previously is that in all the areas where Russia is a part of, for example, a cooperation platform like in fisheries, we must think now a lot more about what when is the risk bigger than what we can gain from it. So I think this time around we need to see at a lot of look at a lot of the aspects about these kinds of collaborations, and we want to hold on to some things, and we're at the threshold now where the risk may be surpassing what we can gain from it. So we know how Russia openly, and the National Security Agency is looking at this a lot as well. They have moved from their doctrines from the military to the civilian area. So they may use civilian vessels for military purposes, and that's an entirely different situation, and the threat is coming closer to our societies. And Svalbard, that's a very important test area for Russia. They are testing not only Norway, but also NATO, and NATO unity, which is maybe the most vulnerable aspect. So I tend to remind every time I can that Svalbard is not demilitarized. Svalbard is part of NATO's responsibility. And those two things are important to say to Russia, so they don't have any funny ideas about these things. And this, of course, is part of a bigger discussion of what it takes to safeguard Norwegian sovereignty and Norwegian interests. And people don't necessarily agree, but I'm very firm that it's not if it's one person or 100,000 people somewhere that decides the sovereignty, but to the extent that we're able to fend for our interests, that's what decides it. And resilience and local community is the most important thing. One has tended to distinguish between the northern areas and Svalbard. One hasn't necessarily seen these two things together. There are individual reports on Svalbard, and yes, but still it is connected. Svalbard is as a natural part of Norway as anything else. There's no difference. But it's a special situation at Svalbard, there's no doubt. But if we believe that we can isolate policies for Svalbard like something completely different from rest of national policies, we will quickly end up in a discussion saying, no, we cannot have a military presence at Svalbard, and that's not correct. And we have these discussions on and off. And maybe if a situation indicates so, then we must discuss it more often, and that's well within both the Svalbard Treaty and Norwegian policies as such. I have a comment. It's not on Svalbard. I will stay away from that. But about being naive, I've heard that a lot. Oh, Kirkenes, are you very naive here in Sør-Varanger? My experience so far is that you can measure how naive we are about when it comes to how much you depend on authoritarian states and countries. Here in Sør-Varanger, we have lost 500 billion only in the maritime sector the last 3 years alone. We've had companies who had their factories in Murmansk. They had to change everything in how they operated. And we have had dependencies on Russian fishing vessels. They've had to change around and do something completely different without any interventions or support from the state. To survive in Finnmark in general, you must be a bit tougher, you must be smarter, and you must reflect a little bit more. And our experience when the superpowers knock on our door is that the Norwegian state looks in the other direction. I have examples from my own work, and also in commercial life we've seen this. So it's quite far between what is said and what is done. And I've said several times that I would really simply like for the state to deal with infrastructure and leaves us alone, because there will be a big jump in commercial activity, I can promise you.
But I would like to ask a little bit a difficult question, because go to many conferences about the northern areas, and there's a lot of criticism against Oslo, the authorities, etc. One is not happy, and I heard some reactions to conversations yesterday where there was criticism against Norway. Are we shooting ourselves in the foot? Are we creating a tension between the north and Oslo by doing so? Of course we do. I mean, it needs to be balanced. I'm very careful about my criticism of government in the media, and I try to be constructive in my feedback, but I will be honest that I'm starting to have enough of this. When they say that we're so extremely important, we are close to the bastion defense of Russia. We are important for the strategies with the European Union. We have the solutions in North. This is where the nuclear weapons are. I think it's strange that one doesn't have more effort to us. Why do they spend so much on a battery factory in Underland? We have a huge mine on the border to Russia, and can employ loads of people. What's the world thinking? I can't answer the last bit, but when it comes to criticism of Oslo, it's the only way we can get better. If people around us, I want to speak about all authorities, but we want that criticism in a constructive way, so that when we step the wrong way, then we must be told, and then so that we can improve. Of course, there can be a chance of tension and a split, but you have to. It has to be possible to let us know, and so that we can do things about it. Ine? Yes. Well, just two small but pretty large things. I think Magnus is very constructive when it comes to his relation to Oslo, whether it's the parliament or the government. But I have also used the opportunity to defend him. I think the government could have been more clear in their defense of what Magnus does, because that is about signaling to Russia. We've had many episodes with the Russian general consul here that everybody knows about, and what Magnus does is the government must be clear that that is Norwegian policy. That's not just something he does on his own, on behalf of himself, or to make himself seen. That's Norwegian policy. That is taking care of Norwegian interests. Because the moment the government does that, you bridge the gap, and you limit the maneuverability of Russian efforts better. And so this aspect has to be communicated more clearly. It's part of a northern policy. It's part of Norwegian policy, and we have to, in all areas, make maneuverability for Russians when it comes to propaganda, undermining trust and such. We have to reduce their space. Joachim, you've taught military strategy. What do you hear when you hear this? Well, I'm not going to have any views on domestic policy in Norway. That's a minefield. But the Nordic perspective is clear here. Finland has to remember Russia very well. They're very close to St. Petersburg and history. Stockholm, that's Moscow and policy. And for Norway, it's Murmansk. It's very different from what Finland has and what Sweden has. Finland had a geostrategical problem. Now that Murmansk is not an access but a problem, then it becomes a problem for the capital to relate to the region and also the enemy, because that's what Russia is. And that's a difficult question. How you solve it, that's up to you. But I just hope that you do. But this is a clear example of something that Russia could make use of, this divide. Well, what's nice to hear is that you've identified it yourself. And of course, Svalbard is important, but you have to remember that the problems of the regions from the 19th century to the 20th century, we have to handle that past. We don't have to be idiots. We have to know that we have to handle the world we live in now also. And then you have to reinterpret the agreements. Well, we actually have to handle Russia as Russia is today. Since Joachim, you're here, we're going deeper into geopolitics later today, but you've spoken a lot about Trump and American policy and how that affects Iran. And while we're here in the north, in Norway, handling Russia, and we've heard from the ambassador from Ukraine, what is difficult in American policy and politics, how does that affect these questions? Well, it's like mentioned before that the U.S. has a national interest in the Arctic, security, financial, and in both those areas they want to keep Russia and China away. That affects the region, and that also affects our nations, the security and the Nordic Baltic aid, plus Poland. But it's important to see that the relationships to U.S. has changed diametrically compared to 50 years ago. The last 50 years, we thought there was a good connection. Now it's about business. It's not just geopolitical strategy. So when Europe thinks, okay, the U.S. has to take care of the hard security, but now the American says, okay, Europe must take care of their own security, but they also want to keep all their ability to affect policy in Europe, and so we have to handle that differently. So when the U.S. also is a part of NATO, but speaks about NATO as if they're not a part of NATO, then that relationship becomes complicated. Well, then we have to talk about European autonomy. We are conscious. We have to see that we're Europeans, and that for our own sake, we have to have our own policy that is European. Because if not, we're just 40 small countries that you can just sit on. Ine, would you like to add something? He thinks you're a pilot, Trump. What are your thoughts? As a wonderful fighter pilot. Well, that's a wonderful introduction. Okay. Well, how worried are you for, or concerned for you? Are you for the situation in American politics and how that affects more and might create more difficult and more difficult situation? My problem has been more what Trump says, not what he does, and that was a problem in his last period also, and that's the same problem now, because that's the space that the Russians can play in, because military cooperation actually works well. There are no real changes. We meet British, if you move the Brits in the UK or here, it's always the same. It doesn't change that. But that's a bit less important. But Putin looks for the signals that there's a divide, the signals that might say that they won't defend Europe, that Russia can do whatever they want. And that shows very too clearly that what happens between the US and Russia, and between Putin and Trump, rather, it has a great bearing on, for me, Alaska was a catastrophe, where the Russians achieve exactly what they want. They get a normalization with the US. There's red carpet. There's discussion about financial agreements. And that shows Russia one thing, that using military force gives them an advantage. So Putin can just let this play out without spending a lot of resources on it, and deconstruct the trust that there is, and benefit from the insecurity, the uncertainty of whether the US will support Europe. I'm certain that they will support Europe because they have their own interests. The American population and the parties are for NATO. I spoke to Jake Sullivan yesterday, who went to the StarCraft conference. So what we forget in this discussion, and that is overshadowed, is this very strong support to Europe that we find in the US. So as long as that uncertainty is created, that's what Putin will use. And it's a very simple measure for him to create the divide that he wants and create the new security architecture in Europe that he wants. We'll take some questions from the room. And so I ask that you present yourselves briefly and go straight to the matter and ask the question. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. Hello, my name is Marius. I'm in the municipal board here. Just some facts that I hope you agree about and that you might comment on. One is that despite there being difficult times all over the world, everything's scary and horrible, our relationship to Russia is not so bad. It was worse in 1944 and was worse until the 60s and 70s. So if we go back, you might get some experience from that, learn something from that. And so you don't have to say that it's much worse than it's ever been, and we have to do something else. The second thing, even with the United States production of arms, the European Union countries spend a lot more of their money. And the question is, can one just stop using so damn much money on this and instead organize the money that one already spends on weapons better? Ine, will you give a response to that? Well, to the last question. Definitely, we should, in all European countries, organize it better and do more together, buy things together, operate more together. And that's a clear tendency in that direction now. There's a lot to do still when it comes to the defense industry in Europe to increase production capacity and cooperate more there. The Swedish defense minister said that we started donations to Ukraine, but now we're exporting our fragmentation to Ukraine, and that's a good description of the situation. But to imagine that in the security policy situation we have now, not to invest in our own defenses, that would be a bad idea. But to cooperate more, yes, I do agree. Another question? No? Well, I just would like to say a little thing. One example of European cooperation is the big Swedish affair where we buy for boats from France, and France buys radio surveillance from us. But this is a European interest, and this is about rearming. It's not new. It's not that we're arming for the first time. When it comes to frigates, we buy British frigates, but that's an entirely different way of looking at it, because when we buy German submarines and British frigates, it's because that our weapons from our submarines and frigates should work well together, both with German and British weapon systems. We have bigger resistance. We switch reserve parts. We swap manning. It's a very different way of thinking. No one's dared to think like that before, but that will give us a better defensive capability because we dare to lower our own requirements so that everything becomes the same and it can work together. Europe was very quick to join together to react to the aggression against Ukraine, and they've been together in their response to this aggression, and they seem to be the adult in the room in international politics. Will we see that even more in the future, that Europe will take a leading role? Both Putin and Trump have been in Beijing. Can that be our hope in the future? Well, yes and no, I think, because you are pro-European Union, but you won't take that. Yeah, but you managed to add that. That's fair. I'm very strongly a proponent for the European Union, but my worries now is that we see some divide in Europe, where it's usually North and West Europe who does the most of the support for Ukraine and is the most far ahead, and it's a bit more difficult to get some of the South European countries to participate in this and the sanction packages and such, even though there's still agreement as a basis. And it's touched upon what Alexei touched upon earlier. Distance is no longer armor. I talked about geographic distance does not create security, but the longer you are further you are away from the war, it's more and more difficult for countries who have financial economic difficulties to prioritize that. So I think I'm a bit worried that we might see some division there. Maybe Nordic cooperation will be even more important, absolutely. Let's say that that's the last comment. Thank you to the panel. Now we have a coffee break.
Da er vi I gang igjen. Skal bare kort informere om at NRK har kontor rett ved
Back again, I just want to say that NRK has an office here, and they will have their afternoon program from Kirkeneskonferansen, and you can hear that on nrk.no afterwards, or tv.nrk.no. That was a commercial break. And we're back for the next part. Many positive things have been said about people from Finnmark, and some of them a bit more difficult to stomach when we travel around, and we're all called Nordlendinger. We heard some, preparedness north, working for the north. None of that would have been possible without good and strong businesses in the north. If we have good and strong businesses in the north, then we have people working here, and we create a north that can compete. A stronger north, actually, an even stronger north. So you can see, my name is Astrid, and I come from Olinor, and you can get competence even if you travel outside of the north to use it in the north. And we're getting some help from Solhjell, and we will invite Cecilie Myrseth first, Minister of Trade and Industry.
Maybe I don't need this one. Dear everybody, it's a great pleasure to be back here in Kirkenes at the conference where I've been so many times before. And we know it is important to get together in the north, for the north, and nowhere we know better why than you living here in Sør-Varanger, and the enthusiasm that we need. The government also shares that enthusiasm through our Northern Area strategy, which is about wanting to live in the north, because what are we without the people who can work, who can invest, who have competence, and to develop local strong communities? And this is more important than ever. And what I hear about the young people who come back home and who stay, come back again, and take part in developing and creating communities in an unstable world, I must say that here, more than anywhere else, you feel the geopolitical situation every day, whether you live here or you have your business here. But we cannot look only at that, but we must also look at the opportunities we have. One of the most important projects that I will be heading and working on in the time to come is about strengthening our competitiveness. And it's about having attractive businesses, about having predictability, and it is about building for a new future in the geopolitical world that we are seeing and facing. And we must do several things. This is about simplifying. I know that those of you who work in small and medium-sized enterprises, like most are in Norway, you are interested in simplifying things. And the new regulations on public procurement took on board this, so also small businesses can compete when there are big contracts. And that's also about security and preparedness, and this has become a more important part, and it has been included in the scope and purposes of these regulations. So reporting and digitalization, we must take away what is unnecessary. So we have a new simplification strategy coming up before summer, and I hope that this is something that businesses will appreciate. We are working together with business enterprises to have this in place, and we are spending money and time on creating values, and that is why this is important. And we need to have good political instruments, because we know that capital is not equally distributed in our country. We know that we are going through big processes, both to cut emissions and to digitalize, and we need people, and we must do things in a smarter way. And the state will be there, but also the state will set some requirements, and we need to spend a lot more money on preparedness and defense. And in the north, we know the importance of these things, and this is where we are putting the money. So we don't have more money coming in from elsewhere, so we need to spend money in a smarter way and spend money on the right things in the time to come. And Innovation Norway is one of the important instruments that we have. And therefore, sometimes I'm a bit annoyed when I hear people who just want to drop everything and call everything that has to do with public funding for money poorly spent, but this is about building attractive local communities also for the future. And in this region that we have here, we have resources that we have been living off, that we will be living off. It is about what comes from the ocean. It's about the mines. It's about the need for power supply. And we will, of course, develop this and create values at a local level. And I want to say that I'm very happy to see that Nussir is doing well. I'm cheering for this project, and I also hope that we can have activity back here in Sør-Varanger, because it is important, and in the world of today we will be needing more minerals in the time to come. And I'm also happy to be in a municipality that has a lot of tourism. This is an important industry for the future that creates a lot of activity and good local communities. And one more thing, we need more energy and we need a better grid. And those things are connected. So the Power Initiative program, when people joke around with the Melkøya project, I'm bothered by that, because it's not only important on a local level, but it's important for all of the businesses that are connected to it. And I see my time is already up, so I will just round off. But I am looking forward to this conversation that we're going to be having here and also outside of these doors. So thank you very much for having me. So a lot of good points, so happy to be having Cecilia back for the panel debate after. And we will have a short introduction from Bård Vegar Solhjell, CEO from Renewable Norway. So let's see. Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, that was weak. Isn't this the north of Norway? Good afternoon. Oh, that's more like it. Thank you. In the mid-1800s, competence of building hydroelectric power plants and providing electrical power in Norway, that was the beginning of an industrial adventure, but many don't know that this was something that was headed by the northern regions. Here you see a photograph from the island Senja, and the industrial plant, one of the first places to have hydroelectric power for electricity in all of Europe. This was a nickel plant, and this provided light, but also electricity for the machines. And more famous, what we see to the right, that in 1891, Hammerfest became the first city in Norway to have electricity in, on their street lights. There was a small municipal power plant and one of the first towns to have lights on their streets. And this was the beginning of an enormous development in the north of Norway and in our country. And the strongest growth was around this time. And this was a national narrative because we have a lot of running water in our country and we used it to build industry all over the country. 1,800 hydroelectric plants we have in Norway, big and small, a lot of them with industry around them. And it created a huge increase in productivity and an increase in population. And when I ask my children, why is Norway a free country? They say, oh, Dad, it's because of the oil. And we are more rich because of the oil, but we are rich because of the combination industry and hydroelectrical power that created modern Norway and modern northern Norway. And I think that this deep knowledge that we have in all of our country, that our power, that means value creation, this also led to the strong waves that this created. Even in Oslo, people understood what was going on in northern Norway and in Finnmark. And I think that's also because a lot of people know that now, just like the energy transition that I was speaking about recently from the 1800s, we're going through a new energy transition, both on a global and national level. And we don't know how quick it will be, but we know that fossil fuels, they are not renewable, and that renewable energies must take over to operate the existing industries we have and to build new industries. Therefore, it's extremely important to understand that we're going into a new era of energy in Norway. We have kind of a stability period behind us, and now we need a lot more production, and we need to increase the power grid and a different kind of consumption as well. So the first thing I will be mentioning is this: don't shoot the piano player. So shooting, if it's not well argued for, then I'm reluctant, but we must lift the debate. We cannot kill the messengers. That's what I'm saying. If people are trying to solve the problem, we must discuss these things, and we must discuss it seriously. Firstly, we must build a new power grid, not a little bit quicker, but a lot quicker than today. To have a transmission grid, it takes 7 to 12 years. Some of the worst examples, up to 20 years. If you say Samnanger in the western region, it was 18 years it took. It doesn't work when there is a need for things to happen. In few days, I mean, Renewable Norway launched 6 months ago that we must cut in half the time it takes, and that's realistic. I think and I hope that maybe we'll have a parliamentary majority of cutting in half this time, but we don't know exactly what will happen nowadays. In Parliament, people say that politicians used to be better, Cecilia? In no way, I mean, that's unreasonable. I distance myself completely from that kind of comments, but someone has said it still. I hope it will be adopted, though. So we need to use our power grid in a better way, because it is dimensioned, so it can support even the coldest of days. And we need to see how can we safeguard security, but before we can build everything that we need to build, we must use it better. And that's for several reasons. But I just want to mention what is the most critical. You're looking at me now, okay. I will be very brief now towards the end. The most critical power grid project we have is here in Finnmark. The last time I came, I have never seen a delegation of political leaders on a local level saying that the most important thing is the power grid. And that is because we need it for business development in the eastern region of Finnmark. And this is security policy. It's not only business development in Kirkenes. It's a national question, not a local one. So deduct my time for later, please. This are the graphics of wind power 2023 to 2026. I know that wind power is not the most popular. I'm not here to become popular. I'm here to tell you that without more energy, we will not solve future problems. And that's a problem in our line of business, because prices will rise. If prices will increase and hydroelectrical power will make more money, but for the existing industry and for the population and for new industries, we are wasting one of the biggest aspects of competitiveness that we can have in Norway, which is available, accessible power compared to other countries. And there are other important things, but we must talk about this, even though it is difficult, everybody. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry for spending so much time. So we will have a panel debate, and you have so many things to say. You will be able to speak. Yes. We will have up here a startup representative, Mr. Jensen, CEO of Polyphemus, and they have different kinds of instruments for the maritime industry. And from Equinor, we have Knut Einar Karlsen, CEO of the Lerøy Aurora. He's been here for a long time and will be staying. So I will maybe sit down as well. The first thing is about competitiveness in the north. What are the advantages we have? You finished off by mentioning this. There are some advantages. We have wind and we have resources at sea. We have bright minds, and maybe there is also some good political frameworks. So what are these advantages? Are we making good use of them, or what are the challenges that we are facing that we need to change? And the startup founder, we will ask him first. What are the barriers for startups? Up here, that is to have money, and in a longer perspective, not only when it comes to starting up a company, but in the longer run. That is definitely a challenge. So to have programs in place, for example, Lerøy Aurora, to use a small company like ours who doesn't have that much to show for yet, so to tighten the gap between those who are just starting up and those who can actually purchase the services and goods. And you say that you showed some graphics, and maybe you have a lot to say about these challenges, but the trust we need to build up to turn around the situation. Can you say something? Well, we have ended up in a difficult situation now when it comes to energy and power, and you need it for almost all kinds of business activities, be it maritime, be it the tourist industry. And if I'm to sum up this, what is profitable and what is quick, that sees a lot of resistance, and what has little resistance, that takes a long time. So I think there are conflicts to build out these kind of energy projects, but it has been increasingly polarized now, and maybe even more in Finnmark than elsewhere. So to build this kind of trust so we can make difficult decisions, and to be in a process where everybody cannot have their way. There is no sole choice in industry and in energy policies that will grant everybody their ways. So where we're at now, I think things will be too slow when it comes to new energy, and that will affect local industries. And maybe it's grey and dark, but it's at the essence of this debate is that we know there is a big challenge to really do this. We have people sitting here who use natural resources, and you have probably faced challenges, and they've turned this around and they have succeeded. Do you ever think about the difficulties that you have faced and that you have overcome? Is there anything you can teach others? I know you are doing that, of course. You share your experiences. Well, this is along many dimensions, but when it comes to energy, we've been working a lot with that over many years, because it started, if we talk about the electrifying Melkøya, that goes back to 2002, where the authorities set very clear requirements that one needed to seek new solutions to lower carbon emissions. So we have been working a lot on that, and it takes a lot of time. We have prepared reports, and like others, we need energy. And we've done a bit, and we have energy supplies reserved for us. And it's difficult, there's no doubt. We have been active when it comes to indigenous people's rights, the Arctic Council and the Arctic University in Tromsø. We have been creating different cooperations, and a lot of work is what it takes to really succeed. But as an entrepreneur, you know the valley of death. You are trying to have a product out on the market that is sometimes called the valley of death. Equinor could build their own bridge. They had the resources and the trust in that way. But for the entrepreneurs, well, it can be very challenging to move on from that, because to found companies, there are very good programs, and to really promote innovation in Norway, I think that's a very good thing. If people are negative, I think those are people who never started up their own company.
Helps lots of people going, and loads of employment spots would have been created if Innovation Norway hadn't been there. So, and others. But to be able to move on and have tax incentives and programs, pilot programs, that can help us move forward after having started. But that's true for everyone. It's divided bigger in the north. Well, we have fewer customers, whereas many people in Finnmark, as you find in Tromsø municipality. So distances are greater, and conversations are fewer because the distances are greater between us. So we have some distance issues, and that also makes us gives us the will to get the message out. We never give up, startup people. I'll ask a bit about the conditions also, but you had a comment. Yes, Jens Harald, I have a great respect for what you say for starting a startup. And then what's competitiveness, when we're talking about that's more than price, which is the first thing we think about. I would say that, delivering in terms of quality and time. There are many things, HSC, sustainability, all these are important parameters when it comes to competitiveness. And I think we should be proud of the things we manage here in the north. We've contributed to getting, supporting the 3D printing efforts with the 2 hubs in the north. Not only do we have national competitiveness, but also global competitiveness. We deliver to South Africa, and we print dog. And we have to build locally, but think globally in terms of having more markets. We don't have anything, we're not less capable than others, but we have defined niches and not only copy others. We have many examples of that. We have Honningsvåg Maritime Security Center, we have Romek in Buddha, we have several examples of businesses who have managed to find their niches. Their niche areas, and they have great competitiveness. You mentioned digitalization as one of the things that could be important. Is that one of the things that will boost business in North? Well, we're talking about competitiveness. It's about capital, access to that, and access to a market. It's not as if you have to live in a city or anywhere else to have a product that is also attractive and that you can sell, that you can create value from. You can do that anywhere, but it's about having the conditions, but to secure competitiveness in the future, we have to have access to a market. That's essential in a country like Norway, where we export a lot of what we produce in terms of services and goods. That's our structure, and we have to access. And we know that things are more difficult now, so to secure that, our access and our cooperation with other countries, that's why the area agreement is important. But power is also important to ensure a competitiveness in the future, and we have to say yes more, and we need more projects. And I agree with what Vega says, it has to go faster. We need more network. That's one of the core tasks of the government now also, and it's been standing still for too long. It takes time. We don't have that time, but lifting up power production in the north is important, and I'm a bit concerned about the parties who don't want any kind of new power, not at sea, not on shore. Then you cannot criticize that we'll have challenges there in that area either. And digitalization is crucial to succeed. Getting that competence, using it in the transition of business life in the north. And we're one of the most digitalized countries in the world, but it's about using the knowledge that we have. And finally, the state and Norway should be there and put good measures and give us good measures to succeed. And those measures have to help us do what we need to do. And we need to prioritize, and we need to have what's the most important. We can't do everything at once. And we are now, we have not started with that work, but we need an apparatus that provides capital, ability to transition, and also regional and local competence that is needed to see all the differences. Normally, there are many local differences between regions, and there are many challenges in different places. But it's private capital that's important, and has to lead the way to ensure profitability and growth. We heard from the people who participated yesterday in the evening, if we just get infrastructure in place, business creation will do the rest. So it's interesting what you mentioned about regional differences. It's Harald, you're an investor and a startup guy. Do you see any differences locally and socially? Locally and regionally and nationally? Yes, what she says about local presence and local understanding, just that you can see people in the eye, and you don't have to travel for 2 days to see someone that you need help from to start a business. That local presence is very important, that they understand the conditions you operate under. That's super important. And I had hoped that we would also get some more positive things. It blows, the wind is blowing, there's value in the sea. The heads, I think that people in the north are actually a bit smarter than the north. We're used to manage with less, so that we become stronger and more intelligent because of that. I'm looking at time, we have to end it. We have to understand there's a difference. People who start new things, you're starting a new business, new commerce, new trade. You talked about 150, 170 years. We managed before. I mean, I have faith that we can manage again, and we have so many strong players as you are. And we also have to remember that there are many things that we managed to do, many things that we are in the forefront. And we also have knowledge institutions that lead the way in Arctic competence, not only for business and trade, it's also about welfare. If we manage to get it to work in the north, it can work anywhere in the world. Great line. I just have to let Vegard have his last word. Well, you're not smarter than that. Oh, come on. Well, but you're smart enough. Northern Norway is a region with great opportunities because it gives a good foundation with power, competence, and I want to give support for it's not embarrassing to have an apparatus with measures. It's not special for Norway. In all of Europe, you see that one gives more weight to using support from central support. And there's one key word, it's security. We have to think that we need the value chains. We need the secure basic investment. Batteries that right now is unpopular in the debate. In Norway, in Europe, we need a value chain in something as important as batteries. And then we're back to North, that people actually live and work in the north is a question of security, and we need that in Norway. So we're smart enough, if not smarter. That's inclusion, and we have strong players who make a great effort, and we thank Harald for his contribution, and we give him an applause. And we will invite a new player from Lerøy Aurora. Welcome.
Lederen for Lerøy Aurora og har også vært lenge I Finnmark og I Troms, får man jo si.
Been in Finnmark for a long time and in Troms also.
Er du ikke det?
Skjøveværing, aren't you? No, I'm not a Skjøveværing. So, bit of discussion on where it's from. What we're talking about now is that we see a long-term strategy. Thinking long-term is good competitiveness. In the oil business, people in the world often said that we had competitiveness in stability and long-term thinking from the side of the government. And many had hoped that we would have that in all areas of business and trade, so that we could let business industry do the building as long as one has the long-term thought out of things. So, Kurt Einar, you've come up here, you plan to stay here. What helps you think long-term? Well, we came to this region in 2013-14, and since then, we've seen great opportunities. For those of you who have been in the municipal board in Sør-Varanger, we've night for the opportunity to develop the opportunities we have in Sør-Varanger, especially in the Lange area. And we see great opportunities. We have the competence, we have technology, we have what is needed. And what we don't need so much of is power. We can develop the businesses we have based on the great opportunities we have in the seas just outside here. And we're ready to put in capital here. So that's present too. But what we feel is that we don't get to make use of that opportunity because we feel some resistance in public administration. In those opportunities, we also have the ambitions of national ambitions for development in North and Eastern Finnmark. But we feel that, sadly, there's not enough consistency between the objectives of the national policies and what we meet in public administration. And so, what's been important for me is the idea of sustainability, because sustainability, we often talk about environment there, and the total sustainability also takes into consideration social sustainability and financial sustainability. I understand that it's difficult to find the equilibrium here, but with all those different interests that are always supposed to be included when one develops a society. And the same, it concerns existing together on the sea, reindeer industry, etc. I think that with good dialogue and trust, we can create further development that makes this sustainable in a holistic way. And we also heard previously that this is one of the solutions. We work specifically on one of the solutions to ensure that there's people settle down here, that we create businesses and value. We could easily create new employment in different sectors, 50 here and 50 there. But we just hope that there's more consistency in the national objectives and what we actually encounter with the county governor and in public administration. And we find this very problematic, the county governor and the cooperation there, but it's not only our sector, but in others also. Equinor has run into icy edges. Do you feel that long-term thinking in government has played on your team? Yes, well, we've been 50 years in Northern Norway, and we're going to actually have an event for that in Harstad. 50 years in Northern Norway tomorrow. Applause, please. And this presence crosses many dimensions, and the expectation that things would go faster has been there, but it depends on having opportunities that one can make real, and one have to work in long term. And lately, one has felt that one has questioned these conditions, and fortunately, we landed on the right side, and we're very grateful for that, because we have big industry projects that we want to finish. We have gotten through 50% of them, so we can't really discuss whether they should continue or not. So I'm very happy that we get support for that. So since we are such a long-term player, we have plans for tens and decades ahead. And it's therefore important that we contribute. Our contribution is energy society, energy security to Europe, but we also have to be engaged in these societies and local communities where we are present. Employees, suppliers, all that's important to us. So in this area, we have 38 employees directly employed here in Kirkenes area, and we have almost a double if we include suppliers. So that's good, a lot of employment in this area. And we have Melkøya with 700 employees and suppliers, where 90% live in Finnmark. We have Castberg in the sea with 40% of the people employed living in the north. So that's why we put a lot of resources into education and education programs. We ensure that we have the manning that we need, the competency that we need to the future. And with that activity, we also create preparedness by being present at Castberg, by being present in the ocean. We have an increased preparedness, and that's not only for our industry, it's for everyone. Last week, there was a helicopter that fueled up on Castberg before it a rescue helicopter, so that was important for others. But it's important that we have preparedness both on land and offshore. We have two companies that say we have the capital, we have long-term plans. What stops you? What stops it up? Oh, you have some thoughts on that. Yeah, so if you think about long-term thinking, if you reflect on that, if you say that I was a politician from SV and that the idea that there was short-term profit, that was the view, and politics were long-term. To be honest, I felt that while I was a politician, I felt that politics was more and more pushed towards the short-term thinking, more and more driven by incidents and episodes, following social media and media. Before we talked about there was something called deadline. That was the end of the media cycle. It was difficult to handle long-term thinking. But in trade and business, the opposite has happened, because a serious company that is going to operate in 30, 40 years, they have to adapt to changes in social society and communities. The Hurtigruten has to think about, okay, how will climate be in 20 years? And you have to think of what will the consumers, what demands will they have in terms of quality. So you have industry and businesses where you have to think in the long term, although politicians think more and more in the short term. I think that's the challenge. How do we get politics and policies that can make choices based on a long-term thinking, and where we can have conditions, requirements in place that will last for a long time? What we're discussing nowadays, like wind power that I mentioned, that's at the earliest 6 to 8 years if someone is now thinking about developing a project. 7 to 12 years perhaps, in order to get in place the complicated things. So how do we manage to think long-term enough, and how can we accept the framework under pressure and under the pressure of media? Is one able in politics to see the long-term goals? I wish we could think, expand the horizon. And we do have it. Politics has not changed from day to day, but the challenge for us as politicians will be to answer why aren't things ready fast enough all the time. It's important that you have local trust, local anchoring, and also for big projects that are happening. But you all have to participate. We all have to participate and work for the future. We can't just think we all need more power and energy, but not here.
I think we lose a lot along the way because we don't listen to each other about what's actually going on. And since Equinor is here, we have a global situation right now when it comes to fuel, and that is serious. And right now things are going well in Norway, but the prices could increase further when we see this development that's going on. We must realize this. And one of the reasons why Norway has a special position is because we are a producer. So Equinor now producing more to put this on the global market also affects prices for everybody. And refinery also at home, that has an impact. So to think long term when it comes to energy and more renewable energy to last and last and last, to secure workplaces and value creation, welfare, local communities, that is decisive. But we must realize that the world of today is more unpredictable, and of course the political objective must be to keep things as predictable and stable as possible here at home. But then when we suddenly have tariffs that are used in a kind of tariff war, this impacts us. It's not like the government can simply say, oh, we're not going on board this train. We must see what can we do, and you need to do whatever you can in a good and close cooperation with businesses. And I hear that one mentions here predictability, and things are difficult when one wants to do something, and that is why we wish to simplify as well, because that's something we must do on all levels. We cannot defend the system at all costs. It's this way for a reason. Not always that is the case, so we must be able to go in and see what can we do to change this. So to simplify things, it's not only a task for me as a minister, it's for everybody in government and in municipalities and all through the state apparatus. So what are the critical issues where we need to be quicker? And maybe you are receiving some mixed signals. Can you give some detail? How do you solve this? It's very nice to hear what it is you're saying, because the industry wishes, of course, regulations and programs to be unified and just to have one administrative body to relate to. That would be a huge improvement. It's clear. I mentioned the county governor, and some people probably think that both myself and others, we always talk about that and it's boring, but the county governor has the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and all of the different sectors working together, and of course there are contradictions, different signals from one and from the other. So if the right hand knows what the left hand is doing across policies, I think things will be more unified and easier to deal with. So right and left hand together, that's a good handshake. We will round off thanking Equinor and send you down for the celebration. A round of applause for Equinor. And then Hedda Felin from the Coastal Routes. She's the CEO. I know that you have something you want to say. No, I'm calm. Okay, I wanted to start off by talking about strong local communities, because two of you, that's what you make a living of, strong local communities, and the trust from the local community is something you've spoken about before. We heard about environment and sustainability and society, how to build communities. So can you start off saying something about sustainable local communities? Hello, everybody. Lovely to be here. Just want to say that Kirkenes is home for me, despite my dialect, and also for the coastal route. We have been sailing to and from Kirkenes since 1914. That's quite a long time. So we have a lot of people who work from Kirkenes and who come from Kirkenes. And what you say about the integral sustainability perspective is very important. We must talk about emissions and profitability and also the social aspect. And for us, that's decisive. We see it is decisive for people around us. We have 400 suppliers who only work for us. And that is because we have 10 vessels coming in to 40 ports all through the year. And that requires predictability, so they need it and we need it. And we believe that the product is a whole lot better when you choose local services and goods and local competence. And since 1893, it is, of course, freight, local passengers and tourists all together. That's a unique combination that requires predictability. We'll get back to that. But to choose local suppliers and goods and hire people locally, 80% are local people hired from one of the ports, so they can move back to their local villages and towns and live there with their family. They can spend 22 days at home when they are not working. So we see a lot of people who move back home to Finnmark and to the north in general, and they are able to work in this way, and that is an important aspect of social sustainability and also about preparedness, because preparedness is population patterns and people. There must be work. There must be a good work for people. And we offer that with 1,700 seamen who can go on board these vessels. So, but predictability, that's what I'm asking from the government. You didn't take part in the first part of this session, but we spoke about how to turn around a difficulty and making it an opportunity. And the dark winters and northern lights is something you have really been using. Yes, we cannot only have tourists and activity during summer or for the northern lights, but also in spring and also in autumn. So that's how we can move away from the bottlenecks and difficulties. And if we can spread it all through the year, on all the small ports as well, and that's how we can contribute. Through our contracts, we are under the obligation of carrying freight to these very small ports, and in that way we take the tourists there as well. So local members of staff, do you have that? So they can represent an important preparedness? Yes. We have strategically placed employees all along the coast, really. And one thing is the preparedness that we have now, since we are the eyes and ears. And we have a lot of sensory equipment and things that can tell us a whole lot more than people are aware of at sea. And on repeated occasions, also here in Varanger, we have taken part in search and rescues, and we have mobilized with the other instances when there's been a need. So, and also warning. We do a lot of work when it comes to preparedness. We have capacities available. So I would like for the society at large to be aware of it. And as part of total preparedness and defense, we work very well. We have the seafood and preparedness project, and we are receiving visitors from the Defense Research Institute. They want to look at the seafood value chain, because what we have in terms of biomass, we can, I mean, it's a proportionate number, but we can feed the Norwegian population once a day for 20 months with what we actually only have now. So I think it's really worth becoming aware of this resource, and luckily that, well, that work has started off well. If I'm hungry, I cannot get hold of that salmon necessarily, but people, of course, live elsewhere and can bring it to me. Yes, this resource is distributed all along the Norwegian coast, so you don't have to row necessarily more than a couple of kilometers from here. Or the coastal route can transport it to you. Yes. So what we hope and what we believe is that seafood will become part of more formal plans that can describe what's really in it. So we must actually plan for protecting it as well in the future. Yeah, we are aware of salmon. I mean, it's not like we don't know that this resource exists. It's the second biggest export article we have in Norway. Yes, but still in the preparedness plans, it doesn't really have its place yet. But yes, if and when we build more wind power, will we have local employees? Well, it's a typical example, like also hydroelectrical power. This will create a lot of value locally, but more income than workplaces directly often. But it's worth stopping, and because what has been said from both here now, we tend to complain in Norway that we don't have these forefront industrial projects, but we should turn this around. Our successes are more decentralized, and they come in different companies instead of these huge individual ones. Like the power industry, like the maritime industry, we have huge success with them as industries as a whole, but they are all over the country, and there is more competence, and they leave behind also a lot more in the local communities and local municipalities, and it's the same for the energy sector. Like Berlevåg in Finnmark, a lot of income I met a lot of the mayors yesterday. 65 wind power plants we have in Norway, and many of them don't create any conflict where they are, just a lot of income. Because there are production fees and there are taxes on properties, so they contribute a lot to local budgets, like hydroelectrical power has done in the past and is still doing. Of course, it is a use of natural resources, but our companies, in my opinion, they are so much better now because of all the resistance that they have faced. They stay away from natural leisure areas, and they work in a much more careful way with the natural resources. And I think if we want to keep the advantage that lower energy prices represent, you say you don't need it, many people do. If we want this, we must make decisions now so we don't lose it in 10 years' time. Because these discussions now, they are the ones that could safeguard having this in 10 to 15 years. Or we can lose this competitiveness. And your clients, is it important for you to have green power, to hydroelectrical power, if we have in the future wind power, or will it be difficult if they think we destroy nature with wind power plants? Well, I don't know, but what our guests want to see is the real Norway, and that's how we compete. We have the longest coast in the world, which is actually inhabited, and that's quite special. We have an amazing nature, amazing goods. We only use local suppliers, and our guests they just love it. When things are locally sourced, a local fish burger, and people come from the other side of the world, they only eat hyper local food and drinks from the local nature. It's amazing for the people who come, and they want to feel good about themselves also when they leave after having had this experience. So there is a huge difference when it comes to sustainability and the footprints. And that's, of course, an aspect when it comes to competitiveness. So population patterns and nature is something we must take care of. And for us to have hybrid engines with biofuel, that we have low emissions, that we can turn off the engines if there are whales around, of course, that's an advantage, and we want to keep it that way. So when we have the tourist industry up on stage, I think it's important to talk about also how exciting this industry actually is for this part of the country. All of us agree that we need more people, we need people to come and live here, we need people to want to live here. And one thing that this industry contributes with is precisely that, and it's the 5th biggest industry in terms of exports from Norway. So let's not forget, other countries have been up there for a long time, but Norway is becoming one of the really attractive countries in terms of this. And it is about northern Norway. It's not only about northern lights or midnight sun or the ocean, but it's also about the fact that this is a safe country and how the population lives. It's about democracy, how our society is built up. This is something that is also part of our product, how we live our lives, so the authentic aspects of that. So I'm also a Minister of Tourism, and we want to achieve, like Hilde is saying, to have solid workplaces in the tourist industry, to have local businesses that can really thrive. And we have so many examples of this in this part of the country, and here in Kirkenes. We have many that have shown this is possible. And I really understand that people want to come here, but there are also things that we need to deal with when it comes to there is too much mining industry and use of natural resources, how to use marine resources, our views on whales and how to bring tourists out in the dark when there is other traffic as well. So to have this overarching perspective, but I think this is an industry that's really something for the future in northern Norway. Thank you. Bård Vegar, you have 15 seconds. Well, 15 seconds, I will just nail this and say thank you so much for a lovely conversation. And I want to remind you of something that we spoke about at the Varanger Festival. Half the world wants to live and work in Finnmark. They are just not aware of it yet, someone said. And your guests, they look at this and they go, wow. And a lot of them are actually aware. They say they want to live here. Yes, I think we can have a lot more tourism industry and activities in the future. Thank you so much to our panel, and we have another break coming up. Please look at the time, and when you hear the bell going off, please come and take your seats.
Welcome back. Please find your seats. Welcome back. I'm glad to see all that engagement and discussions all around. That's what the conference is all about. My name is Eirik Bergesen. I'm a political commentator. I'll be moderating the two debates that we will be having shortly. We're going to start with a couple of short introductions. We have 2 hours of geopolitical nerding. We're going to dive deeply. I heard some woohoos here. Yeah, that's a good start. We're going to dive deeply, and we're going to try to resurface at the end. And this is going to be a sort of a backdrop to a lot of what we're going to talk about the next day and a half. Okay, so I will start by introducing our first speech, which is from the Norwegian State Secretary in the Foreign Ministry, Eivind Vad Petterson, local hero. He's from around here, just up the street. He knows geopolitics. Eivind, take it away.
Thank you very much, Eirik. It's good to be back. It's always good to be back in Kirkenes. I had the pleasure this morning, unfortunately, not to be able to attend this conference because Jonathan and I, my Estonian colleague, as two fairly high-ranking officials from NATO countries, took the liberty to make a short trip to Russia. We were on the Pasvik River looking at how we do things, and yes, we spent, I think, a couple of minutes in what's technically Russian territory. Everything according to rules and regulations and agreements, but nonetheless, we were for a couple of minutes across the river border. The Norwegian government, with the Prime Minister in front, has been now for, I think, a year and a half, been using the sentence, the very dire sentence, that Norway faces the most serious security situation since 1945. And since we as a government started saying that, things have not improved. So these are indeed serious times. But in my brief introduction, I just wanted to emphasize that we are not helpless spectators to events. We have agency as a country and as a government as well. And let me, in what's otherwise a fairly dark picture when we look around us, point to some light points in this context. One of them is actually what's happening in our immediate region. Espen Barth Eide, the foreign minister, he came to office for the second time as a foreign minister in October 2023, exactly on the date 10 years after he left office as foreign minister in 2013. And he had indeed noticed that a few things in the world had changed in the decade between 2013 and 2023. But one of his big positive surprises was what happened to Nordic-Baltic cooperation. It had gone from a friendly group of like-minded countries to something completely new. A very substantive security policy forum where we are able to do things together. First and foremost these days, what we do together to support Ukraine. This is not a competition as such, but Ukrainians would refer to us maybe as their best friends. And in terms of numbers and capacities and what we're doing for Ukraine, I think absolutely that's a true statement. So that's good as well. And then my second light point as well goes back to something rather peculiar. I bring with me geopolitical childhood memory. Yes, I grew up a stone's throw that direction, yes. And it was one day in the very late 1980s, I was a young boy, and I was living, of course, growing up with my family here in Kirkenes. I saw a map of Norwegian military bases. This is very geopolitical, very geographical, because I noticed that well, this is the border with what was then still the Soviet Union, but most of the military bases and Norwegian installations are a bit further west and south. And I sort of thought, as a young, naive, that makes us potentially a bit isolated, doesn't it? Bear in mind, the border that we're now literally just 7 kilometers away from us was for 5 decades the only land border between NATO and Soviet Russia. But we're not isolated anymore. we take it now for a given, but it was a security policy revolution for Norway that Sweden and Finland are not longer Nordic siblings, friends, neighbors, but also allies. And it means very, very much for the security of this region, and that it's not at all as potentially isolated as it was for a long, long time. That increases security, stability for Kirkenes, for Northern Norway, for the entire Nordic region. And that is a very good thing in what's otherwise, yes, the most serious security situation that Norway has faced since 1945. Thank you so much so far.
Thank you, Eivind. Actually, if you leave the stage and then you'll return very quickly, I promise you. We will welcome up the second party of our soon-to-come debate or discussion, and that is the State Secretary and General Secretary, in fact, of the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Jonathan Vesuviov. Please.
Thank you, and thank you for having me, first of all, and Eivind, thank you for letting me know now that we were actually in Russia. I had no idea. There was nothing on the other side, I should say, and rain apparently doesn't come from there up here, it comes from here. Anyways, it's truly a pleasure. This is my first time here this far up north. I was also told by Eivind that you have this saying that this up here is Norway's newest border, which is Russia's oldest border, right? Well, we take people to our border as well. Yours is no longer the only point where NATO and Russia meet. Ours is a border that has become fairly well known. Narva next is a popular discussion item for for conferences like this. I'm not sure whether this has come up here as well or not. In any case, when we take people to the border in Narva, we'd like to point out that we've lived next to the Russians since before Russia was known as Russia. So we know a thing or two about living next door to a big neighbor, as do all of you, obviously. So there are a few things that I think both Norwegians and Estonians can skip when discussing geopolitics. A few basic things we understand instinctively that we can bypass. Now, as a representative of the Foreign Ministry, I have to say a few things about our foreign policy. And these days, when I have to speak about our foreign policy, I usually begin by pointing out that we do not conduct foreign policy for the sake of foreign policy. Foreign policy is an instrument with which we try to sustain or defend a world order that in itself or by itself either helps defend freedom for Estonia, sustain freedom for Estonia, or at the very minimum a world order that does not suffocate freedom for Estonia. And freedom for Estonia is an absolute prerequisite for freedoms in Estonia. We found that out the hard way in the 20th century. You cannot sustain freedom or freedoms if we don't have a free Estonia. And a free Estonia, as a small state, is perhaps more so than bigger players dependent upon a world order that sustains freedom for ourselves. Now, that world order that, let's be honest, the Americans helped create in the aftermath of the Second World War is coming to an end. Usually at events like these, in Europe at least, one of the fashionable topics, beyond whether or not Narva is next, is whether or not the Americans are leaving. I attended one in the Nordic-Baltic region not too long ago, and very smart people, lots of ideas, all of them revolving around the question on whether or not the Americans are leaving. And when it came time for me to speak, I said, I have no idea whether or not the Americans are leaving. What I am certain of is that the Russians are staying. The Russians are staying. Interestingly enough, Russia has been extremely predictable. Putin is one of the most transparent leaders on the world stage today. He has spoken at length, written at length, about what it is that he wants to achieve. And we now have more than a quarter of a century's worth of evidence of his own actions that we can match to the words that he has used. And what appears is a coherent picture of a consistent strategy that I would suggest to you has three pillars. First, the reunification of the Russian world, the Ruski Mir, started at home by consolidating power into the hands of the president himself, shutting down the free media, shutting down independent political centers of power, and continuing on. This whole notion of the collapse of the Soviet Union being the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century, in Putin's words, is intimately linked to this desire to reunify the Russian world. The reunification of the Russian world is being put in action today in Ukraine. Russia's Ukraine policy is, however, intimately linked to their Europe policy, which brings me to the second pillar of his strategy, which is to recreate the security order on our continent, effectively pushing back NATO and the European Union to create the buffer zone on their western borders. Now, you up here might get away with avoiding that. Down where I'm coming from, it's unlikely that we'd be able to avoid that. A buffer zone of countries that perhaps nominally independent would nevertheless be under de facto Moscow control, something that land-based empires have sought after for centuries. And then finally, a global division of power where Russia would be seen and accepted as one of the big boys at the table, making the global rules for the 21st century, also intimately linked to the second and the first pillars. So very predictable, very predictable. And obviously presenting a vision of Europe that's not compatible with a vision of Europe that sustains Estonia's freedom. Or I would suggest freedom for Norway. So one or the other. But in the same space and time, those two visions will not fit. We will either go back to an age of empire, with the great powers of the world, dividing up continents, including ours, allocating buffer zones, where borders are to be changed with military force by the greater power, where sovereignty is nothing but an empty phrase in an outdated treaty, where real decisions are made in the centers, the capitals of the great powers. Or we sustain a Europe that's based on the rule of law, democracy, the idea of equal representation by small states as well as big ones, the sort of Europe that we've been trying to build Western Europeans for the past 80 years and thus once it became possible. Now I'll conclude with this. Whether or not we will have the sort of Europe that sustains Estonia's freedom, whether or not we'll have a Europe that's based on the ideas that I mentioned earlier, or whether we go back to an age of empire, all of this will be decided in Ukraine. So to put it very bluntly, Europe will be decided in Ukraine. More than that, Russia will be decided in Ukraine. The idea of empire is not sustainable with a free Ukraine, European Ukraine, secure Ukraine. Obviously, Ukraine will be decided in Ukraine. A lot of things will be decided in Ukraine. Whether or not borders can be changed with force will be decided in Ukraine. Whether or not sovereignty actually applies in the 21st century Europe will be decided in Ukraine. So when you'll see Estonian leaders, government officials come to stages like this and talk about our fixation on Ukraine, talk about how we will not be compromising on Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be very, very blunt. We're not really talking about Ukraine's borders. We're not really talking about Ukraine's freedom. We're talking about ours. The international community, if you want to narrow it down, Europe accepts de facto as an outcome of this war that under certain circumstances, some borders were changed de facto through the use of military force. And if the international community, or to narrow it down, Europe, accepts de facto that Ukraine's freedom is to be limited in terms of the alliance choices they get to make, in terms of some core domestic political choices they get to make, then give me a list of reasons why those principles would not apply here or for Estonia. What makes us special then? I think we Europeans know that there are certain Pandora's boxes we better not play with. Because the option of buying oneself stability by feeding the aggressor the freedom of others, frankly, does not exist and leads to catastrophe, eventually for all, including the aggressor. So I don't want to sound gloomy, I'll end with an optimistic thought. When we look around the world, we see the world changing. We don't know whether the Americans are leaving. We do know that the Russians are staying. We understand that the core principles according to which the world functioned largely after the end of or since the end of the Second World War is changing. But when we look around ourselves, we look for countries with whom we share not just threat perceptions, but share fundamental convictions on how the world should be organized. And we notice immediately that we're not alone. The first immediate group that we from Estonia will look at is the Nordic and Baltic group. Never before has that group, in my opinion, been as close-knit as it is today on matters of strategy and geopolitics, down to practical issues of protecting the border or building up our defense capabilities. And since Finland and Sweden joined NATO, we now have an opportunity for the first time in history to build a truly regional approach to security and defense, encompassing all of the Nordic Baltic 8 countries. And we'll look further south, Poland, a country that has a very vibrant domestic political scene, to put it politely. But on matters that matter, on the questions that really define a country's foreign policy, they're exactly on the same page with us. Look further west to Germany. You listen to the German government statements, you compare those to statements coming from Stockholm or Riga, Helsinki, Oslo, roughly the same. And together, the new North, as Polish Foreign Minister Sikorski likes to call those 10 countries, were more than half of Europe's GDP. And together with Ukraine, more than half of Europe's population. And we're attempting to achieve a policy which is as limited as foreign policies can be. We don't want much. We don't want much. The age of Europe having designs on how Russia should be governed is over. All we want is for Russia to go back to Russia, to within its internationally recognized borders. Nothing more, but nothing less. Together with more than half of Europe's GDP, this new North should be able to lead, should be able to accomplish this. And if successful in defending the idea of a free Ukraine integrated into the European political, economic, and security system, buy ourselves a generation's worth of stability by creating the best antidote against the resurgence of Russian imperialism there is, a free and secure Ukraine. So I'll end with this, ladies and gentlemen. There's reason to be hopeful. Obviously, recognizing the challenges that confront us are not imaginary, but there is reason to be hopeful. Thank you.
Eivind. Thank you both. Since you mentioned reasons to be hopeful, maybe we could just start there. The fact that you are here as well, recognizing that Estonia, although not being an Arctic state, still has an perspectives that align with the Arctic states. Obviously, you just arrived, but so far, and Eivind grew up in this neighborhood, but so far, what has struck you since you came here, Jonathan, about the geopolitics of such a small place and all these influential people here for these 2 days?
I don't know whether this has really struck me, but I see the similarities. I mean, there are obviously differences. This is far further north than we are. The snow is gone in Estonia by May usually, and then it tends to come back in June briefly for our midsummer holiday usually. But I mean, looking at the Russian border, for instance, talking to your people here. It's the same Russia. It's the same. I mean, the same Russia. The methods are similar. The climate is somewhat different, and geography is somewhat different. Even though even geography isn't that different. Your border is a river up here, and ours in the north is a river. So I think a lot of similarities. And when we were riding up to the river in the car before, we had a brief discussion on how significant a change Finland and Sweden's NATO membership brought to this region. And you know more about this, so I'll let Eivind talk about that. But I can concur with the statement. Also on the other side of Finland, on the shores of the Baltic Sea, Finnish and Swedish NATO membership has fundamentally changed the picture. Fundamentally changed the picture. I think, Eivind, you mentioned in the car the term gave you strategic depth. Or it gave us strategic depth. All of a sudden, the strategic map of our regions, both up here and in the Baltic Sea, changed for the better. So I see similarities, not differences. That's, I think, the most striking part that I wanted to underscore.
Eivind, how do you look at obviously the border to Russia starts way up north and then goes all the way very far down. Let me put it that way. Do you also see that Russia is the same? You know, the Russian, the mindset, the tactics, the strategy, the war machine.
Yes, let there be no doubt, it's the same Russia, 7 kilometers away from us. That's the same Russia that's conducting a brutal war of aggression in its 5th year against Ukraine. Let's be honest with ourselves, that there were times in decades past when we, for somewhat good reason, could say that the Russia on the other side was maybe a somewhat different Russia. Local regional politicians that have been active in northern Norway over the decades, they can attest to the development, because at times when they interacted with colleagues in Murmansk Oblast, they were fairly independent and they could speak their mind. But there was sort of year for year, you could see that it became more Moscow governed, less free thinking, free talking, more centralized. Now, Russia has become increasingly more authoritarian and with a number of totalitarian traits as well. It is the same Russia, and this is a paradox as well. It's going back a decade and a half. Russia invaded Georgia, Abkhazia, Northern Ossetia, in the summer of 2008. But 2 years later, yes, the same Russia agreed with us after 4 decades of patient negotiating a delimitation border treaty in the Barents Sea. Looking back now, we were, as a country, I think, not only lucky, because luck comes to those that are patient and prepare well, but that we managed to settle that issue. It's a good thing. That would have been very, very difficult to do today, if not impossible. And it would have been a bit trickier to be Norway had we not had settled a border with the neighbor to the east.
Could I just ask, since you both represent foreign ministries, and there are talks also with Russian officials, that there are things that need coordination. You just passed the border. There are some rules and regulations that are being followed. There is a certain dialogue, and we've heard all throughout today like how difficult that is, and how non-existent as of now there is for that to have any more depth than formalities. But could you just describe a little bit, maybe, Eivind, in which this is, you grew up here with, was a people-to-people contact. People pass the border regularly. I mean, so the door is still a little bit open. How would you describe that?
Well, let me go back to the 1980s again briefly, because I'll be honest, my memories from growing up here in the 1980s was that Soviet and Russia was very, very far away, figuratively speaking, although it was very close. You couldn't really notice it in daily life in Kirkenes. What I remember and what I bring with me, there was this strong Finnish influence. This is the most Finnish part of Norway traditionally. Everyone has a sauna, etc., etc. But that, of course, changed completely, 89, 1991, when the border literally opened, and Russians were having street markets around here, selling their from a Russian economic crisis. Border crossings went up. That changed completely. Now we're at a different time again, of course. The border is not closed, but this I'd like to repeat, is that people who still choose to cross that border should be aware that all preparation has been made to close it again on very short notice. And that has to do, let's be honest, with what happened to our Finnish friends and allies, who, in a sense, received a bit of a welcoming gift as new NATO members from their neighbor to the east. The cynical, forced use of migration, testing Finnish borders, forcing our Finnish friends to completely, essentially, close off all their border points. We have not done that yet, but we are prepared to do it if we have to.
We've talked a little bit about hybrid war. That's a term that's thrown around a lot at conferences like this. And very seldom one defines what that really is. What concrete threats does one face from day to day and in a long-term perspective when it comes to hybrid war? Perhaps you'd like to elaborate on how it looks from the Baltics.
So this is where usually I and my colleagues get in trouble, because we try to articulate a paradox. And the way media these days works is they take one sentence and make that a headline.
Sorry about that.
So what can I say? I'm going to say two seemingly contradictory things. On the one hand, Russia continues to be obviously the number one source of threat for us, but for all of Europe, not just the Baltic states, not just Estonia, for all of Europe. And at the same time, I want to underscore, and by the way, they continue to provoke us. They test us on the border. We don't have a border treaty. You got your issues solved. We also made good use of the window of opportunity that history opened for us. We joined NATO and the EU. Had we not been able to do that in 2004, it's doubtful I would be sitting on this stage today. I'd be sitting somewhere much gloomier. But on that, we were unable to solve it, so we don't have a border treaty. We're one of the few countries that don't have a border treaty, which obviously opens up all sorts of avenues for the Russians to play games with us on the border. A few years ago, they stole demarcation buoys from our waters. They just came in, took the buoys, said that they were in Russian waters. So constant testing of the waters, not just literally, but also figuratively speaking. So on the one hand, they're the major source of threat. On the other hand, there is no acute military danger on our borders. And the reason for that has nothing to do, frankly, with my confidence in our defense and deterrence capability. And I am confident of our defense and deterrence capability. But the reason why there is no threat at the moment is because the Russians are all stuck in Ukraine. I mean, all of their conventional capabilities are stuck in Ukraine. If they were to be freed up from Ukraine, the hundreds of thousands of trained killers that they have recruited, many of them from prisons, would be returning to our borders, and the situation would be different. Some would be demobilized, and they would be either on Russia's streets or attempting to come to our streets, which is why we're now trying to start preparations to blacklist the individuals to make sure that we wouldn't allow them in as tourists once the war ends. Anyways, I'm getting off topic here. So two things are true at the same time. No acute military danger at the moment, and at the same time a source of major strategic threat for all of Europe. The way this will go also will be decided in Ukraine. And finally, very, very quick point that I just want to throw out there. When we think about security, when we think about deterrence, we often think about static concepts. So a country joins NATO, a country does something, and then creates a new situation. That's not how security works. Security and deterrence exist in a dynamic environment. So whenever we have issues, last fall, the Russians flew 3 armed fighter jets deep into our airspace. They were minutes from our old town. The situation was never out of control, militarily speaking. We had NATO aircraft shadowing them. It was all good. But it was, for us, a question of how do you now re-establish deterrence? They did something they were not supposed to do. How do we get a message across to Moscow that it doesn't pay off for them to conduct such operations, even if that one was a mistake? Doesn't matter. The people making decisions in Moscow base their decisions on the steps that we take. So it's a dynamic process. We'll go down the list of things perhaps Russia wanted to see happen: less allied military presence in the Baltic Sea region, less allied solidarity on the issue of Estonia's airspace, and we went down the list and tried to provide them with the exact opposite outcomes, to re-establish deterrence. That's something that as a border country, at least we, I don't know the Norway picture, but we are constantly engaged in. So it's not a fixed, static situation. We're in NATO, we have plans, we have allies in Estonia, but a dynamic process that requires constant managing.
Could I ask Evan, there's a nuclear exercise these days, started today, 3-day in Russia, tens of thousands of soldiers, in itself, obviously, threatening in its nature. How do you look upon that?
I'm not surprised. This happens. And we keep very, very close eyes on what's going on the other side of the border. It's been the trait every single day, actually, since the full-scale invasion in 2022, that things on the other side of the border, when it comes to nuclear capabilities, is actually fairly stable, and we have not seen any significant changes. And please also note that there's a difference with this distinction between announcing from the Kremlin that Russia is now doing something to its nuclear capabilities and its levels of preparation. It's a difference between announcing that and actually doing it. Let's keep in mind it's part of their doctrine to announce and thereby try to intimidate and threat. We need to keep very, very cool heads when it comes to these kind of issues, because it can be said about this region, with the concentration of nuclear weapons on the other side of the border, possibly being the largest anywhere on the planet, in that in this region, the distance between, now I'm really nerding on geopolitics, the distance between what is a conventional conflict of some kind and a strategic nuclear conflict, the distance, relatively speaking, is the shortest anywhere on the planet as well, which for us underlines the need to keep cool heads, do what we can to be both firm and predictable, to avoid misunderstandings, and thereby contribute to stability in our region. That's part of the hardcore, but we're diplomats as well. And you asked a question that I didn't answer that I wanted to come back to, and that's whether we actually talk to the Russians, because the answer to that is yes. And let me go a bit further on by building a bridge to what we discovered was a cultural similarity between Estonians and Norwegians. Because we were driving down the Pacific Valley and we could see cabins all around. or summer houses or whatever you want to call them in Finland. You remarked that Estonians, they like their peace and quiet. So they want to have a cabin, it's as isolated as possible, to have some peace and quiet. And I think for many Norwegians, when I think of their hytte, they want it to be as far away from other people as possible. It's part of our culture in a sense. But my metaphor is that almost all of us, we don't live our daily lives like that. We live in neighborhoods. We have, literally speaking, neighbors. Some of them we share direct border with. And out of necessity in our daily lives, there are certain things we need to talk to our neighbors about. And that's, of course, the bridge to what we're doing. We share that border. Neighboring countries, they need some channels of communication. We make use of those still, yes. And a certain other fields where it's a matter of national core interest that we maintain open channels of communications with the Russians, but there's no business as usual, and there will not be as long as Russia pursues war of aggression against one of its other neighbors.
We've talked a lot about cracks in the armor and how to avoid that, and we just mentioned cool heads. Okay, so obviously we are still dependent on the U.S. I thought we'd end with a little discussion on that. Jontan, you were ambassador to Washington at the end of the first Trump term and the beginning of the Biden term. How do you look upon the difference between the two terms?
Wow. There are differences, obviously.
When it comes to European security.
Yeah, there are differences, but there are also similarities, and I'll focus on the similarities because I think they are more telling. I was advised when I was ambassador there by smart Americans who were close to the administration to take President Trump seriously, but not necessarily literally. Okay, that was an advice provided during Trump 1. Cora probably remembers. I mean, that was the word of the town. I think it still applies. I think there's a lot of predictability in the strategic direction of the Trump foreign policy. Also, when it comes to Europe, I'm afraid that the era of the Americans coming up with strategies for Europe's security, creating policies to pursue those strategies, paying for them, that era is over. It's over. The best case scenario is that we Europeans will step up, and then that the process itself is a coordinated one, a gradual one. Now, I saw on Twitter just right now, NATO Secretary General talking about NATO 3.0. I think that's the very same point that he's making, more elegantly than I am. And when I listen to American senior officials, they're talking about the same thing. That's the best case scenario. It's manageable, it's doable. So I think the best US policy for Europe today is a good Europe policy. It's a good policy of us standing on our own 2 feet, handling confidently our own affairs, and on the flip side of this, also putting up the money to do so. Now, our situation vis-a-vis the Russians is not static, it's dynamic, as I argued earlier. Geopolitics is also dynamic and not static. It's not only about filling the capability gaps in NATO that perhaps are now existing if the Americans were to draw down or diminish their contributions. It's primarily about, in my opinion, answering the question of Ukraine. And I'll be very brief, I know we're running out of time. The challenge that Ukraine will face, in the best case scenario, is going to be very similar to the challenge Western Europe faced after the end of the Second World War, where the democracies of Western Europe, without American assistance, without the Marshall Plan, NATO, American support for European integration, would have collapsed. And in geopolitically seismic areas, you don't collapse into nothingness, you collapse to the other side. So if we think forward on Ukraine, the sort of challenges Ukraine will face, in the best case scenario, assuming that the war ends with a just peace, the Russians withdraw. The challenges are going to be enormous. Now, long term, the Marshall Plan and NATO paid off for the Americans. That's what helped make the second half of the 20th century the American century. And long term, Ukraine's going to pay off for us Europeans. But to get to that long term, we're going to have to survive the short term. And this is where I think we are confronted by the greatest capability gap that Europe currently has. It's not the missiles and the tanks that we lack. It's self-confidence and an ability to create a strategy independent of other players that we need to get better at.
Could I ask you though about that Europe creating that self-confidence, and you mentioned empire, the word empire, and when you spoke earlier. So we're building in a way, a European, if not an empire, at least a much stronger Europe, more identifiable Europe. In a year where America is celebrating their 250th anniversary, and it's a very different U.S. You spoke about the similarities between the first Trump and the second Trump presidency. But what remains? I know you're both politicians, but what remains, and diplomats, what remains challenging when it comes to the U.S. sort of giving us autonomy, but still meddling in our affairs, still trying to influence these things? Pasakivi from our Swedish military expert talked about that earlier today. That it is challenging. I mean, we need to sort of fight back a little bit against the Americans on this. Do you agree, Jonathan, first?
Well, we need to be certain of what it is that we want. And then we need to have a strategy and policies, and frankly also the institutions and the capabilities to pursue that strategy. And I think at the end of the day, when we move towards a more co-equal transatlantic alliance, the alliance itself will be more stable. And I think both sides of the Atlantic will recognize that in the 21st and in the remaining decades of the 21st centuries, the challenges that confront both North America and Europe are significant enough to, whether we want it or not, force us to work together. So I think long term we're going to be okay. But for us to get to that long term, we too need to survive the short term. And this is where I do believe that a little bit of firmness is also required, if handled carefully, in a predictable manner, and ensuring that we don't, insult personalities, but make clear that there are things that we're willing to defend. And then looking at the track record of the past few years, I think that will build up respect, if anything, in Washington.
Last question. I stole some time from the next debate, which is very, very long, so don't worry. Eivind, we do have time for you to answer the tricky question about EU and Europe. Jonathan spoke about Europe. We've heard it earlier today. We heard about without the EU, we're just 40 separate small countries that are much easier to find cracks in that armor. Where does Norway stand when it comes to European solidarity, and does it have anything to do with getting closer to the EU? How close can we get?
Well, I can confirm that Norway is a European country.
I concur.
And I also concur with the saying that there are two groups of countries in Europe. The one group are the small and medium-sized countries, and the other group, those are these countries that are also small and medium-sized, but have not really realized yet. Meaning that, yes, that there's truth to we need to hang together or be hung separately, so to speak. Norway is as integrated with the EU as it's possible to be without being a full member. That's the decision the Norwegians have made in two referenda, and that's the program of the government to make the best use of the setup that has been chosen. It's a wide majority for both in opinion polls and in parliament. But it's challenging, yes. When it comes to security as well, the EU is making a lot of progress. Luckily, we have been able to take part in all of those new initiatives that is in our interest, and we believe in the EU's interest that we also take part in. It's absolutely possible to take care of Norway's security based on the setup that we have today. But yes, it's challenging, and some of it would have been easier had we been members, but that's not the way the Norwegians have chosen to organize our relationship with the rest of Europe.
Even though media's tabloid, I'm not able to make a snappy headline out of that answer, I'm afraid, Eivind, which was the purpose of it all. Quick last question, Jonathan. How much forward are you looking to, and how important is it that countries such as Norway and Ukraine take even more part in the European community by becoming EU members?
I think separate issues. Ukraine has declared its desire to become an EU member state. So we're working very hard on making this possible for Ukraine. To keep hope alive for the Ukrainian people today, we need to demonstrate to them that this process is not just a theoretical concept, but a tangible, practical benefit for their daily lives. So we're working hard on that. On countries like Norway or the United Kingdom, it is our policy to ensure, I mean, it's up for you to make the decisions, obviously, but we want to keep you as close as possible to the European Union. So whenever issues flare up, and sometimes they do, you can be certain we are always on the side, even in Brussels, when you're not in the room, of strengthening relations and holding those relations as close as possible with the other democracies in Europe, because we recognize that Europe and the European Union are no longer synonyms. Now, would we want them to be synonyms is a separate matter, but the fact of the matter is they are not. And when I talked about earlier, I talked about Europe, I purposely talked about Europe, and in my understanding of Europe, Norway is obviously a European country, and so is the United Kingdom, who plays an enormous role in Europe's security. So the last thing that we would want to see is a schism between the European Union and Norway, or the European Union and Iceland, the UK, others.
I will conclude that is not the crack in the armor, and you showed, both of you, how firm we stand on other issues when it comes to both Russia and also the firmness that we hear here towards the US. Thank you so much to the both of you. And Jonathan, thank you. You'll be leaving stage, and Eivind, you'll be sitting a bit longer.
For the hard questions. For the
hard questions.
Thank you.
See you around.
So I will step over here and then welcome the rest of the panel that will be diving even further into the geopolitics. It's Kåre Aas, who was ambassador in the US at the same time as Jonathan was, and he's also been a diplomat many other places. Hans Gartveit, commentator in VG. Guri Melby, why am I speaking English? This is all Norwegian. Guri Melby, partileder I Venstre.
Guro Melby, leader of the Liberal Party. We can speak French or whatever language. I mean, we have Kari Aga Myklebust, a professor from the Arctic University in Tromsø. Welcome on stage, all of you. Good. Kåre, you are no longer a diplomat, or at least not a top diplomat. You're a consultant now. And your previous colleague, Jonathan from Estonia here, he was very diplomatic still when it comes to the relationship with the US. But you saw the first Trump period. It was a lot of, well, we don't have to take into account everything he says. And then in the second period, he has put into reality a lot of what he said before. How do you see the US and its relationship with Europe and, well, Norway, the Nordic country, and the Baltics? Well, Eirik, things are a lot more complicated now than it was from 2017 to 2021 with the first Trump period. And one of the reasons why we see this is that the advisors that Trump had around him and that Norwegian politicians had a very close relationship with, they are not there anymore. These were national security advisors and previous Minister of Defense and etc. But these were people who understood the value of NATO, the value of Europe, and who wanted a strong relationship with Norway and the Nordic countries. All of these people are gone now. And secondly, what has happened since Trump came back to power, there are hardly any people in State Department. 6,000 have been fired the last year, and many people have left. What we hear from our people in Washington is that if you go to the State Department, nobody can answer questions from Norwegian politicians because there are no direct lines to the White House. So that's different. And when it comes to policies, they didn't have Greenland in the first period. What he's doing now, that is bullying Europe, and almost like the biggest challenge for the American president is Europe. I think it's very different from the first period. And Norway, the Nordic countries, the Baltics, is that we have to show the American president and the few advisors he has around is that we are important for the US. It's not like we're just asking for services, but we have something we can deliver as well. And what is under-communicated in the first panel, I thought here, is that things are not all good and well in NATO. In Brussels, one is working steadily, but the challenge when it comes to Trump wanting to have Greenland, which is what he actually wants, that will tear this alliance. And to open up the Hormuz Strait, I mean, that's another aspect. And what Eivind and Jonathan spoke about, I mean, there are different opinions on how to solve the Ukraine issue. It's not like Washington believes that Ukraine shouldn't cede territory. The US president finds they should give away 1/5 of their territory to solve the conflict. And that's very different from what used to be the position during also Trump won, even though the full-scale invasion hadn't happened yet. It's a big difference also for the relationship between the US and Europe. And I agree with Eivind, Jonathan, and many others to say that we are making an effort and we understand the difficulties, and therefore we are building up defense capacities. But still, I think it is a challenge when it comes to we don't have now the deterrent capacity or ability that we had through post-war period, and that has to do with nuclear issues. I'm not part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs anymore, but we still have shortcomings when it comes to intelligence capabilities to really get the details on what's going on, even though Norway is like really good when it comes to intelligence in the north and what's going on in Murmansk. And the NATO General Secretary and others have said that we are NATO's eyes and ears in the north, and that's true. And that's the value of the intelligence activities that's been all through since World War II. And Eivind, you retired, so you can say whatever you want, right? But and Kåre, you as well, you said it's under communicated. If we discuss Nordic and Baltic brotherhood, like we were talking about, in light of that, what's difficult for Norway when it comes to US. What's on top of the list? I start to speak the dialect of Kirkenes. My wife is from the Trøndelag region, but yeah, the dialect issue is a bit difficult for me. So, on one hand, I must be frank. We don't want to be naive, not one second. We don't need bigger difficulties than the ones we already have. And those of us who have responsibility, the idea that the purpose of NATO is to keep the Americans on the inside and the French and the Germans on the outside. Two-thirds are maybe still true. We need a US participation in European security. But for a while, one has spoken frankly about safeguarding, and maybe that's code speak, but it's not only that. Because the relationship with the US and things being the way they are, when it comes to US-Europe relations, we need to stand on more than just 2 feet and to collaborate with others as well. And in the middle of all of this, when it comes to defense basis, the cooperation Norway-US is as tight as ever, and it has increased in scope, and not everything is visible, but it is a close and trusting relationship, and it builds on what we have been doing for many decades, and it builds on what we can talk about, the nuclear capacities a bit further north from where we are now, and the weapons that these submarines have, they are not directed to Kirkenes or Oslo, but towards Chicago and New York. And that's why we need to work together when it comes to intelligence and also for the benefit of homeland security, and that's been beneficial for Norway in our relationship with the US. This is not top of the list when it comes to concerns. But the future for NATO, yes, that is. And what they're testing now, it's called Satan 2, actually. It's probably worse than number 1. Hanne, in times of peace, if we should call it that, we practice. When it comes to practice, we often tend to hear that, yeah, things are going very well and better than ever when we have military exercises. But NATO as a concept, if hybrid war becomes war, we don't really know what's going to happen. And that gives rise to concern as such. So the discrepancy between the concept and the practice of NATO. Well, in defense, there is a lot of collaborations and things are going well, but Donald Trump is commander-in-chief after all, and he controls it at the end of the day. So if the US takes military action on Greenland, what happens? Will all of his generals be obedient when it comes to this? There was a priest who said maybe one shouldn't follow orders if the orders are not in line with rules and regulations. So Sweden and Finland are now a part of NATO, and there's a lot of benefits from that. And there's a risk also with that because it moves the border to the east, but if there is war, anything can happen. So I move to you, Kari. If there is war, we don't know really what will happen, but you've been studying Russia for a long time. And you are great at seeing patterns in Russia. And yesterday, in the live podcast, there was talk of Russia being an aggressor and hybrid warfare. And Jonathan also said now that Russia has enough on its hands with Ukraine, and a lot of soldiers could create problems. If you are to look towards the future and also think worst case scenario, what are you worried will happen? I don't know if I even want to put into words the worst-case scenario, because Russia has a capacity to do horrible things. How much worse can it be than what we're seeing now? What is the plausible outcome of this? This is a state with huge nuclear capacities, so of course things can be just horrible. And what is very terrifying and scary since 2022 is the fact that we are now in a region which is strategically speaking very decisive and important for Russia. So this means Russia has been a bit more careful in the Barents Sea and in this area, historically speaking. So even Moscow sees the need for stability in this region, has been our understanding of this, and this has to do with the nuclear capacities. So this is also about the conversations on administrative levels, right? Yes, but since 2022, this careful line has become more confronting, also in the northern areas close to us. That has to do with war in Ukraine, and we must be very aware that when we are talking about hybrid matters, there is a scale moving up towards conventional warfare and also maybe including nuclear weapons when we are thinking of Russia. So hybrid warfare, like we've seen in the northern areas, it's not just to influence or something they do, it's actually preparing for a situation of war. That is how the Russian strategy is laid out. And when Russia in northern Norway, Barents Sea, Svalbard provokes Norway, tests and challenges, they are testing the Russian scope of maneuver, and they are testing Russian symbols that can be used to say that Russia has interests and values to safeguard in this area, that those are steps moving towards a situation of an increased conflict with NATO, which Norway is a part of. So it is an incredibly serious situation, and the fact is that in Moscow we have, I don't know if it's a political leadership is what we should call it, there is a highly there are leaders with a high level of conspiracy. They are not acting in a rational way, and that was also the case for the invasion of Ukraine. That was not rational. So it's not relating to state leaders like responsible people like it used to be on a global level. These are irrational Russian leaders. So the pattern to all this madness, has it become more difficult to see this pattern in Putin and his administration? No, I think it's quite clear what Russia is doing, and that they have been doing more and more since 2022 is the same that they did in Ukraine up towards 2014, establishing different kinds of symbols, highlighting a rhetoric of saying this is a Russian population, Russian language, so this is Russian area, and that's what they are doing in the Baltics, that's what they are doing in Poland, and it is the same we see here. We have two politicians here on stage. We must make use of that to have some political debate. And Guro, being the leader of the Liberal Party, maybe you are the one who has been more outspoken when it comes to asking for the government to act more and in a different way. What is it you wish to see? Well, when I hear what Pettersson and in general how the government speaks about this and what the world is like today, and when I see what we do, I feel our understanding of reality is quite similar, how the security situation is like for Norway, how it has changed. But what I'm still left with is that the actions and things that we do in this changed world is very far from actually responding to the change that we are seeing. The threat from Russia, that is incredibly much stronger now than just some years ago, and the uncertainty that the current US administration provokes also, and our response to all of this. And we choose to relate to the situation the same way we have for the last 30, 40 years. I think I want to point to at least three concerns that I have, three main concerns. One being our relationship with Europe. And Pettersson said this, we are as tightly integrated into the EU as we can be, but we have chosen a different model than most other countries who are also NATO allies, and that is not to be a member of the EU. And everybody I speak to, they are very clear that the risk of being on the outside is a growing risk, because EU is becoming more and more integrated, one depends more and more on each other, and one realizes this. And also the threat from Russia is as big as it is, so we need to build up defense industry, we strengthen economy, and we strengthen the guarantees that we give each other, without not necessarily this being very conscious and willing from the EU. The countries who are on the outside are further apart from the EU. And what does this mean for Norway? It doesn't have to be a debate pro or against being a member, but how can we actually do something with the difficulties that this creates? And Iceland is going to have a referendum, so our small club of 3 countries could be a club of 2. So Liechtenstein with 40,000 are the ones we have with us from Liechtenstein. So, I mean, we need to discuss what does it mean to be on the outside, and we cannot simply say, but the people have said they don't want this. That is not to be responsible. When you are the leader of Norway in 2026, you must dare to go into difficult debates. And just this last year, the support for Norwegian EU membership has increased. Young men in Norway, we see there a considerable increase without there having been a huge EU debate. And I don't think it's because this these young men have sat down and read all the EU documents, but I think if we don't face and take this responsibility as leaders today, that's a failure. And secondly, there is a big agreement in the Norwegian Parliament with a plan for bettering Norwegian defense, but still already in its first update, things are postponed when it comes to building up our brigades and air defense, and the world has become more dangerous. So how can we rig our systems to deliver the things we actually have agreed on? That's a big challenge. And thirdly, that's connected to what's not as relevant directly for defense, but about economy and business, and to have companies that are actually also decisive for our own security. And Norway, I think we're one of the countries in the world who most rely on US tech companies to deliver basic infrastructure for our society. And we don't do anything to make sure that Europe can build strong alternatives to these social media platforms where we can meet and discuss politics and also basic infrastructure. We see that we are losing the competition of all the Nordic countries. We are down at the list when it comes to developing technologies, and we are not taking this seriously. Well, Norwegian economy is doing good and we have a low unemployment rate, and we are happy with that. But all indicators for our businesses in 10 to 15 years, and that could build strength over time, they are going in the wrong direction. So these are my 3 main concerns. Well, that's a lot.
This was a lot of concern here, and you touched upon the European Union. I don't think we'll get much farther to give you a chance to answer again. Perhaps some people in North think it's a bit troublesome if Iceland goes and gets the free commissionary. But let's touch on tech, because I know there's many tech businesses in Finnmark and in the North in general that are here today also. And we're talking about dependence on American military infrastructure, but also technological infrastructure. And we have the European Act that gives us insight into what tech companies do, and then was just got thrown out of Facebook because there was right now, it looks as if the possible implementation, the discussion in the Parliament has been postponed till next year. So, to the extent that we think that's good protection, we're 1 year away from being protected by that. But with that as a backdrop, how do you think this thing about infrastructure in the US, both militarily and with technology, that we struggle since we're not European Union members? Well, we're talking about in security policy, we have assessment strategy. We need this here too, because we haven't fully understood how much we depend on a handful of American companies and the basic technology services they deliver. We mustn't be naive and think that there's a quick fix. I would rather say that I know the solutions are in European cooperation, but that doesn't have to be the European Union, because one can quickly understand that that's a demanding place, but it's in more variable geometry that one finds smaller groups of European countries who go together to find alternatives that can we also can participate in. Here a lot is happening. Not everything is visible to the public yet, but there are things that definitely are happening. And yes, I'm here with the Arbeiderparti, Labour Party stick on. If you say that we haven't pulled this forward, no, actually that's unreasonable. We were in company in government in 1994, but then Venstre had some different directions those 2 rounds. We argued that the Norwegian people should say yes, the Norwegian people did not, and we tried to do the most make the most out of what we had. And we were talking about European cooperation, European Union, and security policy. There's no one from Senterpartiet here, but I use them as an aid, because I spent too many hours of my life discussing with them in the back room. Also about the European Union and security policy, because good friends in the Centre Party don't see the importance of the European Union for security, and I think Venstre goes in the other wrong path, that they oversee. So all our neighbors who are members of the European Union, Plan B is not if NATO disappears, that US pulls out. That's not using the European Union. No, Plan B is still NATO, but without the US. The European Union has a lot of tools without that NATO doesn't have, but it's a danger to think that their security policy importance is important. And we have shown that we can participate in what's important for us. I thought the grounds were a bit weird for not lifting up the debate about the European Union, saying that we lost in 1994. If Norway had had that attitude in all other areas, then we wouldn't have been in the Football World Cup. This year, we actually have to be able to talk about it when the world has changed. And I think when Patterson comments that we make the European Union something bigger than needs to be on the security, you make the same mistake that the Centre Party, because you only talk about the security side of the European Union. I'm not doing that. I'm talking about all parts of the European cooperation, especially what addresses finance and economy and businesses and commerce and trade. I visited VIPS recently. I think it was a very a good business that does really well. And they said their ambition was to be the leading payment service in Europe. And we think we have the best technology. We could have been able to do that, but we didn't have a chance because we weren't in the European Union. We don't have the regulations. We don't have the same access. It was impossible for that kind of business to succeed. And so Klarna took loads of that market. What I'm afraid of, and I think the Labour Party doesn't see this, the EA agreement functions well for commerce and industry and businesses. Does it work for what we should have? Does it work for the tech businesses that we don't have, but that countries around us get because they're part of this big community? I'd say it's more important, as important for Norwegian security, not only to build up a tech industry where we can own some of the leading businesses and not only consume but also produce technology. If we take that one step further, I will allow some applause. Anna, just to take this a bit further, Jonathan also mentioned this from Estonia, that the swagger, the firmness that the Europe was supposed to have. One of the reasons why the European Union doesn't want Norway to implement this directive now is A, we have loads of directives that are behind, and the other thing is the European Union has understood that the only way to hit back against these companies is to do it together. The Commission must stand behind it itself, unless, if not, they put these fines in their budget. And Meta actually went up in the stock market after having paid $1 billion fine, because then they thought, okay, we're done with the administrative bit with the European Union. Norway is too weak now as an answer to this. I want you to comment on Europe. I know that you are fond of Europe. How you don't have to go deeply into the European Union, but how do you see Europe as a counterweight to the US? Of course, there's a lot of complementary stuff. You shouldn't push the US away, but one has to stand for one's right. Well, Europe has huge problems. The European and American economy were similar before. Now the US economy is twice as large, and that is competitiveness, and we work a lot with this in the EU, and there is it's bureaucratical and a lot of hindrances. But if you talk about digitalization, and this is a 16-year limit for digital media, is that what you think? No, more things. Well, Norway, it's a symbol politics. It's symbol politics. You have to show the muscles, show that you're strong, and there are loads of practical things that probably won't work. And that bit is an example of why Norway should enter the European Union. When we talk about defense and security, you say it's too little because there's no own European Union. We're talking about total defense. Your government speak about total defense, civil preparedness, that society could function in war and peace, health, medication, etc. All our preparedness rests on a lot of what is inside the European Union, and that Norway, to a great extent, is not a part of. And I think it's a failure of political leadership. One thing is that Wenzel says, okay, Hilde has gone out to say that so far away from a debate about the European Union, not only membership, but also the consequences of being outside. No one after 76 has been allowed to have any opinions on what relationship Norway should have to the European Union. I think lots of people here were not allowed to participate in the voting. It's something about you took it out of the program in 2017. It's much more difficult to get it back in than to take it out. So that one of the failures of the Arbeiderpartiet lately, that they took it out. Okay, I just want to lift it a bit more, because there's one institution where you haven't worked. That's one of the institutions where you have not worked, so I won't more about other things, but the European Union bit, let's you're a bit close to the European Union now, say we're as close as we can be, as percent, but in any case, that's to self-protection strategy, to differentiate risk. And we started this conference today. Hilde mentioned that we don't feel safe. And it's not only military security, it's health, data protection, or its finances, its economy, its... How do you see the government's self-protection strategy, or hedging strategy, rather, to meet geopolitical challenges? When it comes to security and defense, I think that what is done, most European countries are on the same line, and that's really good. We have to show that we understand the seriousness and do what is needed to meet the situation where the US can have another role than what they've had since after the war. So that's really good. And I would like to say that the question of the European Union, I wasn't allowed to comment on that, but I would say that if we had brought these three, that European Union debate, that's what we need to have. You don't have to say yes or no to European Union, but you have to say yes to having the debate, and that's basic. And there are many things that happen in the European Union that we either must implement or where we just observe that they happen. And I think the political leadership, both the government and also in the opposition, they need to take hold of this. But I don't think they will, because there's too much party politics in this, so something big must happen. And then one will say, will the fact that Iceland wants a place for EU membership is big enough? Perhaps it's not, perhaps it is, maybe that will make the politicians turn, because we can't just sit here and look at what happens in Europe. And the Finns used and Swedes used some time to approach it. They have the French approach, but they're in there, and now we just sit here and watch. So the Swedish the Swedish pull, now maybe the Ukraine pull, if the Ukraine goes in, or the reverse. Well, I'm on reverse psychology, perhaps. It doesn't have to. Hedging strategy. We will also talk more about some countries in the European Union. We also talk with you have Germany and the UK, and the UK, since they're not part of the EA, they can have a strategy on tech that goes further than the European Union. But we bought frigates from the UK. Can you say a little bit about our relationship to the Brits and why we didn't buy French frigates? Or? Well, I would say, Eric, that, and I have that opinion too, or I wouldn't have said it, but the approach is pretty good. We buy frigates from the Brits, and we buy submarines from Germany. We've bought tanks from Germany, and that's how I see it. That's also an expression of this hedging politics that it's not only the Nordics and the Baltics, like Eivind and Jonathan talked about, but it's relation to the Poland, Germany, the Brits. So I think that's actually a smart way to approach this and not put all the eggs in one basket. But perhaps they would buy from... Okay, we'll go back to Russia, because we talked about the aggression that they operate with. But the question is, what kind of response can we give them? What are your thoughts there? What can we do more of to respond better? Well, that's a difficult question. And a lot of these hybrid tactics, Rusland does not confront Norway or NATO directly. There's like a low-intensity confrontation, sabotage. We see different things in different areas in Europe, and a lot of what we've seen here in northern Norway and in the Barents Sea and Svalbard, this grace on provocation, where one uses our open liberal democracy, one uses for our freedom of speech, our freedom of association. Will the Norway stop marine-like uniforms in Svalbard? What will we respond to? And it's difficult to respond to this because we have freedom of speech in our constitution, and we have to protect our democratic values. So We don't want to step on the freedom of speech or religious freedom in our responses to Russian hybrid tactics. But what we can do, and I'm speaking broadly, hybrid threats go to physical sabotage, to political rhetorics. It's a very broad spectrum, but one strategy that we've seen as being efficient in Baltic states and Ukraine is attribution, which means to speak openly and clearly, put in words what Russia does, unveil it, and make it naked, and then handle it. We have to monitor what they do. We have to give attribution. We have to talk about it. We have to regulate it, and perhaps we need a new harbor act in Svalbard to stop direct import from Murmansk. Importation from Russia to Svalbard with the Russian route. We have to put in words what Russia does. Hilde and Sandvik did that in the Northern Sea in April. They spoke openly about Russian attempts at mapping critical infrastructure, and there was a panicked reaction from Moscow with the claim that Norway is helping Ukraine prepare terrorist attacks on Russia. So it's clear that the two defense ministers' speeches hit a nerve, because if we talk about hybrid tactics, they lose a lot of force. And I also want to ask about, we talked about earlier that the community that we have in the north, the trust that we have, and we also notice with social media, one is more polarized. The debate is more intense, and we have a term then that we don't hear, that we don't have in Russia, and we have little of it in the US too, disagreement community. You had a report not long ago. A European Union debate could open for polarization and show a weakness that the Russians can use. So this is special compared to other things that you see on the internet, but so there's an opportunity there. So how can we have a disagreement, share a disagreement that helps us discuss things, but does not open up areas that Russians can discuss? Well, we have to just realize that political disagreement is the basis of our democracy, and the plurality of opinions is important. We need to be able to have all debates about membership in the European Union, political action, security policy, because that is the basis for our society. But Russian openness is something entirely different, and the authoritarian and state-run information reality that one has in Russia cannot be compared to ours. And that also leads to when we see how the Russians attack our freedom of speech, it's pretty easy to recognize they're authoritarian at their core. And we have to have knowledge. We have to know that Russian Orthodox churches is an important part of their system. A Russian bishop in Svalbard is very different from a bishop in Nord-Nordisk. So we have to have this fact-based reality with us when we handle Russian hybrid tactics. It's not that difficult if you do so.
So I think it's important that we don't underestimate the robustness of our own societies. There are democracies more fragile than ours who can also take on difficult debates and get through it. Let's not be naive and think it's easy. But an EU debate, like climate debate and like an immigration debate, it's subjected to forces that want to influence them. We see this in all local communities debating wind power. A lot of actors who are not really involved in the process are involved still. But I also think that we are missing out on, since there is so little debate in Norway about things that are going on in the EU, we learn a little bit, very little about this in school, so the knowledge about EU in general, the EA agreement, that shortcomings leaves a lot of maneuver for players who want to contribute with disinformation. So if we are to work against that, we must see, do we have a solid enough base so people can distinguish what is the truth and what is not. And last week, I don't have to say which political party, but there was one of the political parties who said, yes, there will be a train now direct from Oslo to Berlin. And I said, this would not be possible against the party that was cheering for this had voted against the train package in the EU. So I was like, we need to increase our knowledge about these very things. So to have an open debate also contributes to this, and we cannot simply just disregard that. You're asking to say something, but just let me say that in Norway we're very consensus focused and consensus based, and if there is climate, wind power, immigration, one tries in a way to sort of keep debate low, so not to polarize things. But do we risk that it's more polarized, like you're saying, because authorities are not controlling it and not contributing to a good debate because it's on social media after all? Well, maybe Norwegians tend to be reluctant only to trust in authorities. So if authorities were to say we should discuss this and that in this and that way, but what if they prepare a debate with facts? Yes, well, they could, definitely. But what has been said here, without opening the box once again, I just want to be clear and firm, welcome the EU debate. The government, we feel that we are clear, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, he spoke for half an hour about what the challenges are that Norway is facing. And like Guri Melby was saying about financial vulnerability and commerce, yes, I'm more concerned about that. So we do actually agree on certain things, but yes, all kinds of debate, yes, please, but the current government does not want to make any initiatives when it comes to Norwegian membership in the EU. But another political party, not present here today, but the Peace and Justice, I don't want to do anything apart from say yes, they presented for the elections. They received funding from a player closely tied to Russia, and they went quite far, and they had 0.4% of support in the parliamentary election, and 0.3% in Finnmark, that's important to say. And a lot of people in southern Norway are surprised when they hear this, because there are sort of remains of ideas that there is a lot of difference in northern Norway and southern Norway about our views on Russia, and maybe that used to be the case, but it's not anymore. And at this festival last year, there were demonstrations. Ivan has to leave. It's not a protest against the EU debate, it's because you have other things on the agenda. It would have been fun, though, if you wanted to protest in that way, but thank you so much, Ivan Pettersson. We will go on for a little more, though, and we will have some questions from the audience, and so just start thinking a little bit about what questions you would like to ask us. There were some questions coming in earlier today, but very few people wanted to speak, and there was one thing that was very clearly voiced, was that we spend too much money on defense and a lot of time on discussing military solutions. And Kåre, diplomacy, that is the diplomacy also uses the military as one of its tools, so to say, but confrontation. What about China? I mean, the competition, China, Russia, shouldn't one be able to cooperate more? Health, climate, maybe we should have, and we must work together with China, for example, on this. And as a diplomat, should we discuss more common ground? What is it we really share on a global level, and both between democracies and authoritarian countries? Well, we do. Not long ago, our Prime Minister was in China, and like he was saying as well, we disagree on certain items, and there are security difficulties, and he was clear. But some of the topics that you're mentioning, these are global issues. Health, for example, that's a global challenge, and climate as well. It's global. So, and that's also the reason why we keep a dialogue with China on these two matters, and that's the way it should be. It's not like even if China represents a security threat, we shouldn't speak to them on other matters. And China is a global player, we must accept it. And in many ways also, I want to say, are in a better situation when it comes to the global south compared to the US, since they have cut out all their aid to the global south, and filling that void we have China. And what we see from the Chinese is that they're trying to address this, but the Americans are leaving out everything that has to do with international cooperation. They don't want to have anything to do with the UN Paris Agreement, and now also 66 UN bodies. So China, I think we should go on the way we are working now. And there is also a huge export input with China, and Norwegian seafood, for example, are exported in great amounts to China, and that's the way it should be, in my opinion. Hanna, what's your view on relationships with China? Well, Trump is simply giving all the cards to China. He's been relatively blind. There has been cooperation with ship owners and building navigation systems. So one hasn't drawn a line between these things. But then globally, the fight over power, etc., and energy is important there as well. So energy in Finnmark, that being security policies, that one cannot see that, and how the global and the local are connected. People in Oslo don't understand this, many of them at least, and that's a shame. And this has to do with superpowers and relationships with China, Russia, Norway's role in this, and how can we keep our freedom and security. That has to do with the North as well. I just needed to say this. Guri? Yeah, well, it's important what Hanna says. The development that's taking place, where Trump is handing all his cards over to Mr. Xi, that's a bad development for us. Even if the US is a very unreliable player now, we must never ever forget that China has a very different agenda than ours, and we must keep that clear to us at all times. And we can travel there, we can talk to them, we can have trade with China. but I'm very scared of the dependency that we already have, and if that increases, there is no doubt that China is playing a very long-term game, and one of their objectives of having a free trade agreement with Norway that they wish to have is to build closer ties to all of Europe, not only Norway. And the question is, should we let them play this game and be a part of it, or should we say, stop, you can't go any further? I think it's quite important, and I'm concerned really that we still are quite naive when it comes to China. There was recently this article in one of the Norwegian newspaper about the Chinese buying mineral licenses in Norway, and we should build up that industry ourselves and own these resources ourselves. But if we are just handing all these values over to the Chinese, okay, we are not going anywhere. On the contrary, we are increasing our vulnerability. So to have a continued dialogue, continued trade, but reduce level of naivety, yes, I think that's important. And there was before this visit, this last visit now, it was said that Chinese can reach both military and financial levels that Europe has, but they cannot have the same alliances and support that Europe has. China is on its own if it goes to war. And that's now one of the cards that Trump is giving away and handing over day by day. Several people want to speak, I know, but we only have 10 minutes left, so we'll have a round of questions. And like Gøril said beautifully earlier today, you don't need to say a lot about who you are. Move quickly to your questions, please. Hello, Helge Larsen. I'm the deputy mayor of Vardø. I want to go back to what everybody has mentioned, two big challenges in Finnmark, that is democracy and energy. In Vardø, we adopted that we should carry out a study and prepare a report on nuclear energy. And then it said it's too expensive. And previously he was in the Socialist Party, and he's now saying, Mr. Solhjell, that things are too expensive. He didn't used to care. And I think most representatives in Parliament, they agree that this is a good thing, apart from the Socialist Party. Will this be a part of the portfolio in 15 years? Thank you. Okay, we can have more questions, and we can answer them all together if there are more questions. Arfinn Trønden, I'm from the Armed Forces. We heard earlier today that to be naive, that's a gift, but you need to have a critical attitude. And when Guri Melby says we must have knowledge, yes, I agree. But when knowledge is both fake news and individual narratives are used as a mean of power, should we have more about this in the schools? Increased resilience is something that one started training students with. Is it something we should do in all of Norway? Oh, thank you for a very good question. If there is anything further, we can have more questions. And if not, well, the panel can start answering. Guri, you can address this last question, maybe. Yes, I'm happy that you addressed this. We need more awareness about which sources the information comes from. But that's very difficult if you don't have the basic knowledge about what is right, what is wrong. And I think that Eivind said something that was quite important, that Norwegians, we have a lot of trust in the national state, but we can also have some skepticism towards authorities. So to have individual groups of people and organizations apart from the state looking at sources and what is facts, what is not. So to actually spend money on this and see this as a part of preparedness as well. Coming from the press, do you want to say something about this? Well, to have a center now for to work on this, for someone apart from the state to do source criticism, I think it's very important, and for that to be funded. Yes, definitely. I will be very briefly to have a free, independent press and media. One of the first things that Trump did in this second term is to attack all funding for free press and the media also in Europe. And that is because he knows this is important to have power, and that's also a way that Putin has consolidated his power. So to take some simple measures that has to do with funding for the press and to support and secure that sector, yes, hallelujah. Well, okay. I agree with what they're saying. I want to add, though, that it's very important to be very aware of what we see in the Norwegian press, but also internationally. A lot of people read New York Times, Washington Post, etc. We see fake news there from the authority side. For example, how to describe whether things are going well or not in the war in Iran. And you cannot just read this and say, okay, that's true, because it's actually not. You need to address several sources to see what has actually happened and how should this be reported. Okay, our friend Joachim Passakivi said in an interview, I think, that to read the media about geopolitics is to look at the world through a straw. So there are so many things you're not seeing. I think that's an important point, Hanne. Yes, and there are big campaigns directed at us, and not only from individuals, but also forces that are trying to undermine the trust in editorial newspapers. I can start off with the first question. What is going to be adopted this spring in Parliament is to take one step when it comes to nuclear energy, to build up competence and to start building up a little bit of the infrastructure we will need if this is something we're going to start actually doing. And how hard are we going to push for this? We can say that, okay, Norway wants to be at the forefront of nuclear power, invest a lot, we want to be one of the countries that really are at the forefront, or we can sit in the back seat and saying, okay, when the technology is there, we will be ready, but we are not going to be at the forefront. So given Norway's situation, we have little competence on this now. It will be a very expensive investment to be at the forefront. I think it's a good idea to be in the back seat, actually. And I think also it's important that not too many people see that in a 10-15 years perspective, this will be the solution. It will take much more time than that, so it's not. And small modular reactors, for example, there are none operating anywhere at a price that one can actually accept and defend. So if we are to have an energy situation in Finnmark that is sustainable for national commerce, we must build out more renewable energy. There is no other way out of this, and it's extremely difficult and very demanding, but it is the only way forward, at least for the next 20 years. And Guri, are we not already in that famous backseat? Well, we are not even in the car, I think. But compared to Sweden and Finland, well, the Nordic, I mean, we haven't done anything that rigs us for doing this ourselves. This is a tiny step, and that is correct, but we shouldn't make the big leap because the price is way too high. I think, I don't really know a whole lot about this, but what I'm thinking is that it's quite particular when representatives from US nuclear industry comes to Norway and the conclusion is already a given, so there is no big meeting really. So to have as many details as we can, what are the facts, well, not what it is, but how can one do this, and how can we collaborate in the future?
More questions? Any further questions? No? Well, then we are almost coming to an end here. So the topic for the entire conference is the global and the local. And I think the two youth representatives earlier today, Ariel and Alexander in Finnmark Youth Councils, well, we want to be more than a strategic pawn. Both the youth and the rest of you, I suppose. have we wound up in that trap, that when we've gone down into the geopolitical rabbit hole? There's a lot of strategy, and the mayor touched upon it too, that let the politicians do their job, and the others can take care of geopolitics. Can we, what's strategically important here? I just want to say, actually, I want to talk about Eastern Finnmark a lot, and I've seen what Russia does and how one handles this locally. Russia has changed extremely quickly since 2022 especially, and those processes has led to great changes. It's from cooperation to understanding Russia as an aggressor. And we've seen clearly that the understanding of what Russia represents has matured here. That they tried to create trouble. They were unable. 9th of May this year, which is an important propaganda day in Russia, and has become so also in Kirkenes because one have a Russian general consulate, was this year marked by provocation on Russian side, where one spreads war propaganda, and was clearly against the demonstration on Norwegian side. The Norwegians, Russians and Ukrainians get together against Russian war propaganda. We see that here, and we don't see that elsewhere in Norway. And that shows the transition and the maturation that has happened here the last few years. And if we interpret previous debates well, there is good geopolitics just to live here, work here, have good growth opportunities, innovation opportunities here for commerce and industry. This is probably a sidetrack, but on the plane up here, I read some papers that I got from my old uncle. My grandmother grew up in Tana, my great uncle. He was a headmaster in Tana at the agricultural school. And when I read this, it was a lot about what happened during the war, that he had to run away, that his house was burnt down. But what I didn't understand, didn't know from history from before, but what I learned was they stayed in Finnmark. So I was certain they moved away in 1946, but they didn't. A family from Western Norway insisted on staying in Tana. Why? Well, my great-grandfather had led to a much stronger connection and attachment to that place and to Finnmark. And my grandmother, who had to travel away to get an education, came back to Varde to work as a teacher in the 50s. And that says something about, like you say, this is not just a strategic area on the map. This is people live here, and people who choose to live here, they've chosen to live here, not because it's strictly good for Norway, because they're happy here. And then we should be happy for that it's so nice to live here for so many people, because it's strategically important for Norway. But as these youth say, that's not how we should talk about it in everyday politics. But a conference that is actually about security, it's fine. But otherwise, it's about good kindergartens, good local areas, getting the education you need, starting so you can so that the society lives. And I thank you for those words. I just want to remind you that there are side things to this. The next thing is Pubinar. How can power companies understand Finnmark better? That's at Pub 1. There's not that many of them. 1745. It's free, so feel free to go there. Thank you so much to the panel, previous panels, and thank you to everyone for coming, and happy conference.